Hello guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. I figured I'd get some game time in before I had to go to work tonight. Night shift, blah, blah, blah. And my frickin' brightness on my camera seems extremely low for some reason. I always have to, super adjust my camera every single time I do this. Because the light conditions in here are different every single time I stream. And the light conditions in here are different every single time I stream because there's 7,000 windows. I'm not even joking. Well, I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but literally there is one window, two windows, three windows, two French doors that are windows, another window, two skylights. It gets a little bit much trying to figure out exactly what my exposure is going to be at any given point during the day, depending on how the sun is peeking into my room. Ginger, I have Enigma and Beast already. Should I make Pride or Infinity next for my Summon Necromancer? Infinity is actually a really interesting choice for a Summon Necromancer because it also affects your corpse explosion, whereas Pride is not. One of the main issues that I have with Pride is that it destroys corpses, which I really don't like. And although Pride is a good choice, I feel like it also gimps your mercenary overall. Whereas Infinity does not gimp your mercenary. And on top of that, the negative defense that comes from Infinity helps out your skeleton army tremendously because they have horrible attack rating. And for the monsters basically to have 0 defense, well then you don't have to worry about them having attack rating because they can hit everything. I think, in my opinion, overall, I think Infinity is the better choice. Just simply because Pride only affects your army, whereas Infinity is also affecting you. And then on top of that, the negative defense, I think, is just a better thing all around because any monster that you come across, your minions are going to have no problem hitting those targets. And I think somebody actually did the math a long time ago. And if you have the scratch, because Infinity is very expensive. Not to say Pride's not expensive too, because it is actually kind of an expensive rune word, just not as expensive as Infinity. If you have the scratch, I think the math works out that Infinity is slightly better for a Necromancer because of that negative defense. So thirsty. Got this big giant. I got this on Black Friday. This freaking monster of a cup. And man, this is... I mean, it's a meaty boy. I'm not gonna lie. I fill this thing up with water, and I pretty much just drink the entire thing of water while I'm sitting here. Keeps my throat from getting dry. Cause my throat get real dry, and I don't like it when my throat get dry. Just putting a couple little links up here real quick. I'm actually probably going to do some EXP runs if you guys are interested. Nothing too fancy. My character's still pretty low, so he doesn't really have the levels to do terror zones yet. We hop into Discord too, just in case anybody's actually online. Toward the end of the ladder season, it tends to be pretty slim pickings on most Diablo Discords. I've noticed that I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I've noticed that just in general, like the closer you get to the end of ladder, the slower and slower things will get. Of course, being close to the end of ladder though also means that we're getting close to the beginning of the new ladder, and I'm actually pretty excited about that. By the way, um, I don't know what's going to be coming, but they had kind of promised us some new rune words this season, and rune words always shake things up a little bit. I mean, Plague has definitely shook up the game a little bit. People have definitely had a lot of fun utilizing Plague in builds and all mercenaries. Mist definitely has seen some good uses on the mercs, and I mean, there's a lot of really good rune words that got added in the previous patches that definitely have had some pretty nice impact on the way that the game works, like Flickering Flame and so forth and so on. And whatever they come up with for this upcoming season, it should be pretty exciting, you know? Well, season 1 lasted longer than they said because they were working on Terra Zones. And admittedly, they thought that they were going to get it done in time, and they didn't. But I'm not really sure if that... I'm not really sure if that's going to have a bearing, so to speak, on what's going on. Let me check and see if this bail run is still going. It's 9 minutes. I really doubt it, but could be fun if they're actually walking it or having fun doing something in some other way. Level 97 Hammerdin. Pal Bale 24. Let's try 25 just to see. Or 26. Sometimes you can catch up with them if you try to guess the names. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on the time when Season 3 is going to come out. So last time I did a lot of speculation trying to figure out when Season 3 was going to hit, or Season 2 was going to hit. And I was correct, by the way. So I correctly guessed when they were going to come out with Season 2. I don't know. I hate to toot my own horn. Actually, no, I'd love to toot my own horn. Well, who am I kidding? It's terrible. Season 2, I actually guessed the precise date when Season 2 was going to launch. And it was really kind of strange because I had guessed correctly, but it didn't happen. And you might be asking, well, how the hell can you guess correctly and then it not occur? Well, the answer to the question is that later on, when they released the actual patch notes for the game, when they released the actual patch notes for Season 2, inside the patch notes, they forgot to change the date. And the date was the original date that I had guessed. And so, like, they had basically had a planned date, and that planned date came to fruition, and they weren't ready, and so they postponed it. But they had actually planned to do it that day, and they later on they came out and they said that they tried to apply the patch or whatever. Something happened. There was like a critical failure or a flaw that needed to be fixed, and they couldn't go ahead with it. And there was a maintenance on that day. It was a really long maintenance, and I told everybody, I said, this maintenance is probably the patch. I was like, be prepared for a patch drop, and it never came, and I felt embarrassed. But then later on, I was vindicated because they had literally said that they were planning on dropping the notes that day, and they didn't because of some sort of fatal error. And then later when the patch notes came out, they forgot to actually change the date, and the date was still written as the original date that I had originally, figured out, which was what day they were going to launch the game. And I could probably do it again, but since they're not really sure in their own dates, I don't really know if I can do it again. Kind of sounds silly though, doesn't it? Like a story that somebody tells you that you wouldn't normally believe, right? But if you actually go to my patch notes video, I'm pretty sure if I just type in patch, here it is, patch notes 2.5. I'm going to pull up my patch notes video, and I'm going to take a quick look here through the patch notes video. And the patch notes came out on September 22nd, 2022. And let's see here. Oh man, this was quite some time ago, wasn't it? Of course, floating through an old video like this. I love going through patch notes, though. I tell you what, it's probably one of my favorite things. It's just rolling through patch notes. I kind of wish that they had patches more often so that I could roll through patch notes more often. There's just something soothing about reading through the patch notes, you know, figuring out what it is that they've changed, like applying your brain to the problems and trying to figure out exactly how things, you know, how things are going to change for a character. Like, oh my God, look, they fixed Metal Grid. Now people can finally make, you know, such and such doojanks and and it's really kind of cool when you think about it that way. Like that, I used to love going through patch notes on what was it? I used to love going through patch notes on Lord of the Rings Online. That was one of my favorite things. I don't know if you guys ever loved doing that. Just rolling through the patch notes on your favorite MMO, getting, you know, upset when they change something a specific way. And they freaking love to. You know what I mean? Like, they love to. They love to nerf characters. That's what they love to do. They love to nerf them into the dirt, and then you love to get upset about it. You know it's true. God, there's so many patch note videos though. Like I have so many. There's 2.3, there's 2.4, and then there's 2.4 like final notes, and then there's the 2.4.3 notes, and then there's the 2.4.3 updated notes, and then there's when the patch actually came out, and then there's the 2.5 patch notes, and then there's the 2.5 update patch notes. God bless it, there's so many patches. And so pretty soon we're going to be looking at 2.6. Could be a fun thing to ask and talk about here real quick. Like, what do you guys think we're going to see in 2.6? Like, as far as changes go, as far as rune words go, like, do you guys think we're going to see any significant changes in 2.6? Do you think they're going to focus mainly on balancing, like changing the way the characters function, maybe changing skills, fixing ones that don't particularly work, like stun or Inferno? I mean, they could go for another round of balance changes, or they could go specifically for a whole slew of rune words. Now, I have a couple concerns about like the rune words because, you know, power creep. I like to see things like Plague, because Plague is such an interesting rune word. It's not more powerful necessarily than Grief is, but you will often see characters choosing Plague over Grief, specifically because of its utilitarian aspects. You know, it's very nice aura that it provides. You know, the lower resistance and so forth and so on. So it's really interesting, like to think about it like that. That like there are definitely ways to add items in the game that are not necessarily going to replace an item, but instead offer you a viable alternative, which I think is really cool. A lot of these new rune words that they added were definitely very cool, viable alternatives. And think about Infinity. Like, so Infinity is still a very powerful rune word, right? But since Sunder charms have been released, since other items like Plague have come out that have lower resistance procs on them, since 2.4 and 2.5, in your eyes, has Infinity fallen? Because it's fallen in mine. Like, it seems less important. Like, it's still the same weapon that we all remember. It's still just as powerful as it has always been. But it seems like the diversity of options has increased, and a lot of characters put less importance on it now than they used to in the past, if that makes sense. Um, and I like that kind of balancing. I like that kind of balancing because they didn't take anything away, but they also, didn't leave the status quo as it was, so to speak. A continuity of season 2. I mean, I feel like they focused really heavily on the elemental this season. Like, the Sunder charms have really put the focus on elemental characters. I feel like physical characters have taken the back seat for the most part, and it's a little sad because physical characters were never really like the bee's knees to begin with. Most physical only characters tend to be overlooked in general, and I think a very interesting thing that they could do is focus on the physical damage characters. I think it would be very interesting to focus on the physical damage characters. Maybe make a lot of rune words specifically for physical damage characters. One-handed rune words, two-handed rune words. Maybe some interesting new shield rune words specifically targeted at physical damage characters. There's some interesting things in the game. I'm not sure if you've ever seen Lance Guard. Lance Guard is an interesting item that doesn't really have a lot of uses because it's an offensive shield, but it's not really as good as an offensive shield as it could possibly be. It has things like Deadly Strike, and it gives you the ability to up your damage output in the form of a shield, right? Well, what if they added a rune word specifically that was an offensive rune word, something that was meant for melee characters to use? Like maybe it has Crushing Blow on it, maybe it has Open Wounds, maybe it has Deadly Strike, maybe it has increased attack speed, maybe it has a very nice combination of all of them. Maybe it's kind of like the Gore Rider of the shields, and it would have like a little nice smattering of all three elements or whatever. Could be an interesting shield option for melees, like to give them an offensive shield. Like, it wouldn't have any resistances on it. It wouldn't have any, physical damage reduction or anything like that. It would just be a shield that gives you very nice, like, physical damage attributes. I don't know. I'd also like to see two-handers actually have some use in the game. I've always felt this way about two-handers. I feel like two-handed weapons have the raw deal when it comes to this game. There are very few characters in this game that utilize two-handed weapons. Very few. And the ones that do tend to gravitate toward very specific two-handed weapons and very specific two-handed weapon builds. And, it could be interesting if they enticed some players to utilize two-handed weapons that otherwise don't. Maybe even like a freaking, like, really awesome rune words pointed directly at like a paladin or something with like, I don't know, like sacrifice buffs or I don't really know. But I mean, if they made a two-handed weapon good enough, it could entice players to sacrifice their shield slot for it. It just depends on the character. O skills are definitely interesting too. I actually would like to see a lot more O skill items, but I also would like to see them. I feel like if you're going to add some O skill items, I'd like to see them be alternatives, not additives. So, like, right now, what's the biggest O skill item in the game? It's Enigma, right? Everybody wants to put an Enigma on their character. Well, I'd like to see them add some really powerful O skill items that could potentially entice a player to take off the Enigma. Something good enough that would make a character go, maybe I can, maybe I might play, make a player go, maybe I can actually build a character around that, like maybe an armor, like specifically like an armor that gives plus lightning mastery or plus cold mastery or plus fire mastery. Having the ability to add a mastery to a character that's not a sorceress could be a very powerful thing and could open up tons of builds and would also entice a person to take off their Enigma. Because if you think about it, like, can you imagine a Javazon with access to lightning mastery? Or or a Holy Fire Paladin with access to fire mastery? Like the options that it opens up for builds for stuff like that could be rather interesting. And, you want to make it into something that's sacrificial. You don't want to you want one person to have an Enigma teleport and also have fire and lightning mastery. Like, you kind of make them choose between like godlike damage or the ability to teleport around. I don't know. Chaos Bale 0665589121. I want to go into a pub bale or a pub run and just go with the pubbies for a little while. It's always fun every now and then just to have a little bit of fun playing with the pubs and like dying horribly. It always makes me laugh. I'll be in here just like watching people die left and right while I'm in here, and I'm like, dude, you guys got any resistances or anything? I don't know what to tell you guys.
Not here.
Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna be one of those little noobs that just sits in town and waits for the teleport. Weird questions. I get weird questions every day on YouTube. Somebody will watch my video and I'll answer their question in the video, and then they'll proceed to type in the comments and ask the question that I just answered in the video. And they're like, no, not that. And I'm like, that's exactly what you just asked. Do I need anything for my Barbarian? I don't think so. I mean, he's got a G-face, he's got a fort, he's got his 2 F flesh rippers now, which is nice. Let me actually switch these because the 283 needs to go in the main hand. He's using laying of hands for that demon damage, which is definitely helpful. I mean, like, he's mainly just, I think, charms. Like, if I could cap him out on charms. He needs, like, max damage charms, like stuff that people obviously aren't going to give away for free, like 320/20s and crap. Like 10, like 10 whatever, blah, blah, blahs. I'm not really too worried about it, to be honest with you. Like, he's already, like, pretty well geared and everything. Mainly he just needs some levels so he can actually put some points into his proper, skills. I feel like doing anything other than whirlwinding here is probably just going to end up getting me Buck Rogers. Beep beep beep. Did I make a totem? I made a totem. Yeah, Dune is winning. Good. Good. I'm glad Dune is winning. I like Dune. Actually, I like all those shows, but... Everybody leaves for Bale. It's weird. Still can't hit Bale with high enough accuracy, and that really just has to do with the fact that he's just way higher level than me. I'm only level 84. Too high of a mischance on Bale. Huggin'? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I could run my own, but this Barbarian is hardly strong enough to, like, jump telly Bale. I mean, I guess I could do Chaos instead, but... do, like, GGM Chaos. See, my problem is I'm missing primarily. Like, I'm not hitting him. Most of my attacks are just completely missing. Bale's just too high level. Which is to be expected.
Not in town.
I don't know. I both like and kind of dislike O-skills for a multitude of reasons. Like, I do like the way that they open up the game and they make more builds possible that otherwise wouldn't. But I also dislike the way that they sort of cheapen and take away from a character, like, what makes that character special. For instance, you know, like, Conviction. Conviction is a paladin aura. And I always felt Conviction made the paladin very special. Like, it's something that only the paladin could do. You know, like, yeah, the Necromancer had a curse that was similar, but he had to actually cast it, and if the paladin was using the curse, then it was, you know, very specifically something that he was doing for the group. And, +3 Meteor, +2 Hydra, +2 T-Storm. It's 3 sockets, though. You know, and then Infinity comes out, and it just kind of, like, I think cheapens the Conviction Paladin, because then everybody can essentially do the same thing. Which, yeah, I mean, it's cool that everybody has access to Conviction, but at the same time, you'd see a lot more Conviction Paladins if Infinity didn't exist, right? Oh, this boy's got Conviction. He should have no defense between the negative 50% on the Flesh Rippers, which is cut in half, by the way, and then also the Conviction's negative %, which is also cut in half. What's up, Paul Kim? Thanks for the subscription, man. Got a couple subscribers the past couple hours. Sasaprika. I don't know what your name is, Sasaprika, but there you are. and Destroyer 9040 and Arthur Mihalia and Tom's Gear and Kid Smoke. So usually these happen off camera, like, and you guys don't get to see them, but I realized recently that I can actually like deliberately pull them up so that you guys can see them when they, like, you know, happen off screen. You know, like yesterday, AJ donated $10, so I could, like, totally take AJ's donation and put it back up on screen. You know, as a thank you to AJ, showing off his donation a second time. Totally didn't mean to accidentally use the shout again. Well, that's another interesting thing that I think could make the game a lot more fun, is charges. So as it is right now, the charge system is kind of stupid. There's a couple things wrong with the charge system, and I feel like I could make a whole video, you know, just on, like, the charge system and how to make the charge system better. You know, it's not like a particularly difficult thing to do when you identify what's wrong with the charge system. So what is actually wrong with the charge system? The charge system, number one, most of the charges don't have anywhere near enough charges to be useful. So in the majority of situations, you will often find yourself be like, okay, 10 charges of zeal. How is that ever going to be useful? They're not even level 5 charges. Like, to be like level 2 charges of zeal, like you hit 2 times, like, woo! And then you literally use zeal like literally 10 times, and then that's it, and you gotta go back to town to repair. So, like, the number of charges needs to be revamped on charges. Like, they need to go through the process of messing around with all of the charges, figuring out the right number of charges for these specific abilities, something that actually makes sense. Like, you know, strafe, for instance, like, say you had something that gave strafe charges, strafe attacks 10 times, right? So having, like, 10 charges means 100 shots. So it's a lot different when it comes to strafe than it does with something like zeal, which zeal tends to get used extremely fast no matter what. Or something like fireball or a curse. You know, like, so if they went through the process of having a revamp on the number of charges, I think people might actually use them. Number two, the cost. Dear Lord Jesus, the cost. The cost of some of these spells or like repairs to repair some of these charges is, like, absolutely insane. Like, I think I recently played around with a paladin whose entire job was just to use freezing arrow from the freezing arrow gloves, because there is a very nice freezing arrow charge on the freezing arrow gloves. And the whole reason why he's doing this is because he's a Holy Freeze Paladin. He has the Holy Freeze Aura, which is cold damage, which is adding into the freezing arrow, which makes the freezing arrow do a pretty massive amount of damage, right? Well, the problem with this is that it costs me literally like 180,000 gold to repair the gloves, and I burn the charges in a matter of seconds. Like, I can literally burn all the charges on the gloves in one encounter. And, I mean, it's so bad that literally, like, I think I exhausted my entire supply of gold within about an hour. So, like, even in the situation like that, where you might actually have something that could be potentially useful, it ends up not being useful, because, well, then even if you do have a useful item, well, then the repair costs ends up being a huge detriment when it comes to the charges. The third thing that's wrong with charges that really needs to be fixed is the level of the charges. So, I don't know who thought that, like, a level 5 charge of something was going to be useful. Like, level 5 charged bolt charges. Here's 10 of them. And you're like... I mean, first off, like, level 5 charged bolt, even fully synergized, isn't doing that much damage on a sorceress. Like, that's... Like, even with full synergies, it's not doing a lot, right? And then, on top of that, you gave me a whole 10 charges. Like, a whole 10 level 5 charged bolt charges. I'm so excited at my life right now. And, like, this is the kind of silly thing that goes on with the charge system, is that a lot of the charges are just severely underleveled to be utilized on any character. And on the only character that would actually get any use out of them, the one that actually owns the ability, they don't want to use it because they would just rather use the ability. Why in any world would you want to spend huge swaths of gold to cast an ability for a charge when you can just cast it for mana that is relatively worthless? You know, like, I mean, if you have generally a good amount of mana steal, or you've got a meditation polearm, or you're a sorceress that has, you know, regeneration abilities, or you're any kind of character that's built you built your character properly, you've got your character set up so he's regenerating quickly. And if you can natively cast the ability for way better than the ability, you know, that comes from the charge, why would you ever in your life cast the charged ability? Which means that the charged abilities are always pointed at a non-native character. They're never pointed at the native character. And that's why it's really silly that these items will have, like, the lowest, literally, like, the lowest level of these abilities. He is whining because he knows his mother is home. As soon as his mom comes home, every single day when his mom comes home, he immediately starts to whine and wants to go outside to see her. I know she's home because I just got a message on the little, like, security camera that said that there was a movement outside, and Cody is staring out the window. So yes, he is whining because he wants to go outside to see his mommy. He loves to whine to go out and see his mommy. Only problem is his mommy doesn't want to see him. When she comes home from work, she's tired, and her feet hurt, and she's usually bringing in groceries and a bunch of other things. And the last thing she wants is a dog jumping up and down and pushing her and literally knocking her over because he's got no door manners. He literally just busts into the doorway, pushing anyone down who's in the way. And so, like, normally she doesn't want him down there when she comes home from work, despite the fact that he really, really, really wants to go down there. Yeah, 5.7k damage. It's not bad. Can't even see anything to attack anything in this mess. At least I'll get to level 85 soon. Superior Colossus crossbow that isn't even superior. Can't leave that far? What the hell? I'm literally the only one that stayed. See how long it takes me to kill Diablo by myself. I'm curious now. I meant Diablo. I mean Bale. I don't care about losing this stupid Bale run. The hell did he go? Miss. Somebody can't use his tentacles. His tentacles. Tentacles. I like that I don't have mana issues with this guy because, well, you know, my ability doesn't cost any mana. Although, now that his clone is up my butthole. Cody, I know your mama's home. Okay? I know. I know she's home. I'm well aware. And I know that you were well aware. But she doesn't want to play with you. No, she doesn't. What are you doing? Get down. Why are you up here? I don't even know what you're doing right now. You're such a big baby. I'm trying to kill Bale and you're a baby. You're a baby. You're a big baby. Why are you a big baby? God dang, get down. Sir? Monster dog. Oh, but Whirlwind wouldn't give me any additional damage on this guy, I don't think. Would be nice to Whirlwind every now and then, I suppose. I don't feel like the damage output on Whirlwind would be better than Double Swing. Dang, +2 Sork, 20% faster cast, Cold Mastery, Blizzard, Energy Shield. That's quite a, I know that no one would ever use it, but it actually does have all the right stuff. Look at it. It's got the plus the skills, it's got the faster cast, it's got the Cold Mastery, it's got the Blizzard, it's got the Energy Shield. It's got literally a little bit of everything. I literally just said that, Richard Park. I literally just said that.
Good afternoon.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go drop off the dog with the lady. He's being unusually whiny, and I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I'm just tired of hearing him whine. I'm going to let him go downstairs with his mama. Plus, that means I get to bring out the Chinchilla. Okay, everybody. I want you to say hello. Ooh, running up and down them steps. I want you to say hello to Dusty Buns. You little baby. The little baby Dusty Buns. The little baby. Mm-hmm. Ooh. I can't breathe. This little baby, his name is Dusty Buns. He's not been trained yet. He does not know nothing. He hasn't learned anything. All he knows is that he's a Chinchilla and he can do jumps and he can do leaps. And he likes to chew on things. He's probably going to chew on my headphones. Him's a little Dusty Buns. I go little tickles like this. Let's see how good of a gamer buddy Dusty Buns is. We're gonna test him. We're gonna see. We're gonna test him and we're gonna see. So how do we know if he's a good gamer buddy? Well, number one, he'll chill with us and he won't run away. Number two, we gotta put him in our shirt and see if he goes and takes a nap like this. He gets to take a nap in the shirts. If he learns how to take naps in shirts, he might be okay. He'll come out later when he feels like it. Or right now, one or the other. He doesn't care. Chinchillas don't got much room for chill when they're babies. Game is full. Odd chest hair. Look, here he goes. Look, he's learning. He said, "What are we doing in here?" They got peeking at him every now and then. Like, what are you doing in there? Like, I don't know. What am I doing in here? So there's nothing in here though. But what if I come out? And then they'll do jumpings. I'm gonna jump all over your keyboard. Oh, you're so soft. You're the little baby. I regret to inform you all that that him and Mr. Nimoy are probably not going to get along. They don't seem to like each other very much, which is fine because they have their own little cages. But I don't like each other. It bugs me. So one of the things that you have to do for chinchillas so that they know to trust you, and this is a really silly thing, if you guys ever get a chinchilla, you will know what I mean. You have to pretend to eat them. That's right, you have to pretend to eat them. So what you do is you grab your chinchilla and you pretend to eat them like this. You go, ah. And then you poo it on their tummy, or you kiss it, or something like that. And what this does is it trains them that you're not going to eat them. That you're not actually going to eat them. You go, and then he's like, hey, wait a minute. Those big teeth, he went in for the bites, but didn't actually do anything. Guess they might be all right. Don't know. And then you got to put them in your shirt. I'm going to sleep in there. Go stick a nap in there. Go ahead. This is real. This is real tricks. It's important. It's important tricks. Ladies balls 90. What the hell? That one's full. I could always make my own. Chaos Us 16. Game is full. Dang. Brutal. I'm gonna make my own game. How about that? If you guys want to join, you're more than welcome to come hang out with me.
Not in town.
I'm gonna leap my way there. I'm gonna do a little bit of leaping, do a little bit of leaping into the pit. Bunks. I forgot to actually shout myself. And now I don't have any mana to shout myself. That's why you're supposed to do that at the beginning, dummy. Yoink. Mr. Dusty Buns hides in my shirt. Mr. Dusty Buns on the runs. I like to take out the knights first. Hey, let me Rune. Let me be me. Let me be me Rune. It's a, oh, let me wear me. I don't know why I always chug the mana potions when my mana is low, because I don't really necessarily need it, but it cracks me up because, like, I guess I've been trained from years of playing the game to, like, never let my mana hit 0. So, like, I'll just chug a mana potion almost, like, without even thinking about it. What you doing in there, little baby Chinchilla? They like it inside shirts. Something I've learned about chinchillas. They like dark places. They like quiet places. So like inside your shirt is like the perfect place because it's dark and it's quiet and they don't have to worry about anything in there. Makes them feel safe. They want to feel safe. And he can come out anytime he wants to. Like he knows the door is there. But like as long as the door is shut, he's like, okay, well it feels nice in here. I'll just stay. Until eventually they turn into magma chillas. That's one of the things that you got to know about chinchillas. They turn into magma chillas, which is where their ears get really hot. It's this thing that they do. So their ears get really hot, and then they and then the blood in their ears starts to like form or like pool in their ears, and it's really obvious, like super duper ridiculously obvious that they have like the blood pooling in their ears, because their ears literally get magma red, and then like they come out and they do like a heat. It's almost like a machine, like every now and then like you'd have like some sort of steam machine would like release a bunch of steam to cool off or something. Like that's kind of similar. Like they come out and they're just like as they just like cool off. He's got his head out right now. Look at him. He's trying to chew on my wires. Don't chew on my wires. So I'll join your wires if I want to. You can tell me what to do. I'm a Chinchilla. Sit on the shoulder. That's where you belong. He said, I'm a baby. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going to jump. I'm going to go this way. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going to die. This is hard mode right here. Play with a baby chinchilla who's trying to commit suicide. Turn around this way. You want to do a helicopter? Do a helicopter blade? They got a little helicopter blade. Make you feel better by yourself. Ah. You gotta be diligent with chinchillas. You gotta like pay attention to what they're doing and where they're looking, because where they look is where they're gonna jump. It's very important. So if they're looking a specific direction and their whiskers go forward, it means that they're planning to jump in that direction that they're looking. And if you can pay attention to the signal modifiers that they give you, like almost like a video game, you will very easily know which direction they're going to be jumping, where they're going to be going. You know, it's obvious right now. Like he was trying to jump off, which is why he's going to go back in the shirt. In the shirt. A Lumrune, look at that. A Lumrune and a Lemrune so far. So chinchillas actually have a very interesting memory system. I make it sound like they're computers. They have a very interesting memory system in that they actually remember things exactly as they are, almost like in a photographic way. And they can maneuver and go through something like a room just by pure memory. So if you have a blind chinchilla, you basically just keep him in the same cage and you keep everything exactly where it normally is. And he will actually traverse his cage as if he is completely as if he can see. It's actually pretty amazing. The last thing you want to do, though, for a chinchilla who is blind is to take him and put him in a brand new cage, because at that point he has to relearn everything. And it's going to take him a long time to relearn everything since he can't see. So he's got to do it by touch and feel, and that doesn't really help out very much. But I had a chinchilla, an older one, who ended up going blind, and I'm pretty sure he was blind, although I can't be 100% certain because I never took him to a doctor or anything to like get his cataracts removed, or because I think that's what it was, cataracts. But I noticed that he when he was in his cage, he never had any issues maneuvering around. But when he was outside of his cage, when he was playing, like, because I would have these little days where we would go outside and play, and I'd make a little area for them somewhere. And he would often bump into things when he was outside of his cage, which made me realize that maybe he was having eyesight issues. Maybe not completely blind, but maybe he was mostly blind. I don't know. What is a double sting barbarian? It's basically just a barbarian that uses 2 daggers and the skill double swing. It's a play on words. Instead of double swing, it's double sting, just a couple letters difference.
Hi, I wanted to know why you do double swing rather than frenzy for that.
Oh, double swing is way faster, that's why.
Oh, that's good.
Double swing has always been faster than frenzy, and I don't know why. It also costs no mana, which is also really cool. Double swing is its own kind of a fun skill, definitely.
Nice.
I mean, you can definitely still do frenzy, and you can even stack them on top of each other. But the thing about double swing is that if you're using particularly fast weapons, the increased attack speed from frenzy doesn't actually help double swing because it already hits its maximum breakpoint. Double swing and frenzy are essentially the same skill. A lot of people don't know this, but they literally are the same skill. They function the same. They're using the same sort of breakpoints and all that other stuff. The difference is that frenzy has the run walk bonus and the increased attack speed bonus, but it's also innately slower. Like when it begins, like until you bring up your full stacks with frenzy, like it's way slower than double swing is. And for a minimal amount of attack speed increase, you can actually hit the breakpoint, the maximum breakpoint for double swing relatively easily. The main advantage I think Frenzy has over double swing is the conversion, the 20% berserk conversion, which converts you from physical to magical damage if you want to go that route. And the run walk speed, of course, which is nice.
Yeah, I enjoy seeing these different builds that you come up with. They're very nice.
This guy's doing pretty good so far. He's far under leveled. He's only level 85. I'd like to get him to at least like level 90 plus before I could really decide. Because your level makes such a big difference on your hit percentage versus, you know, monsters that are a lot higher level than you are.
Right.
And right now everything is much higher level than me, so I got a lot of misses going on here. And my charms aren't quite right, so my attack rating's not as high as it could be. And like I think I got my enchant stick on my other hand too, which helps. Superior dim blade, 4-socket non-F.
When you were leveling up your Ice Maiden through normal, did you use the fire skills to level her up?
I mean, once you hit level 30, you just start using freezing arrow, and that's pretty much what you do. I'm pretty sure that all I did was I just kept building the synergies for freezing arrow so that it would be ready when I got to it, and then I would just use like an elemental damage bow or something like that for the time being. I mean, you can get away with like a chipped bow through all of normal difficulty, Act 1, and then like once you get into once you get into Act 2, you can just use something stupid like a 4-socket bow with some like flawless gems in it. Like you don't really have to have a whole lot of amazing stuff to get through normal difficulty. And pumping the right skills so that you're ready for freezing arrow is usually how I like to approach it. I mean, you'll hit level 30 before you even complete, like if you're playing in like a P8 game with a bunch of friends, you'll hit level 30 before you even leave Act 4 usually.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a physical boson for the next ladder, perhaps. But I hear it's an expensive build.
As your starter?
Right, yeah. Is that a bad idea?
I mean, as a starter, it's going to be rough. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think I was going to max Magic Arrow. That might help with the plus damage that it has. It's not that big, though.
Not in town.
Well, the thing is not really necessarily that, like, the skills aren't good, because they are. I mean, strafe is good. You're like if you're doing multi-shot and all those other things, like they can definitely be good with the right equipment. But the problem with physical damage characters in general is that to build physical damage characters, you have to also build. You also have to have a very nice weapon. Like your weapon becomes the main thing for the character, so that it actually works properly. And the boson, honestly, even more so than like a melee character, like has to have a good bow, otherwise it just doesn't work. Now there are some like cheapy bows that you can get that are like placeholders until then. Like if you can get a very nice Witch Wild String early on that can hold you over for a little while. I mean, you're not going to be doing like amazing oh my god damage or anything, but it'll be okay. An upped Gold Strike Arch with good stats. Gold Strike Arch has a lot of modifiers, way too many modifiers. But if you can find one that has decent modifiers and you upgrade it, it actually is a pretty decent weapon and can actually rival Wind Force in some scenarios, depending on how good the rolls are.
Right.
As far as like Runeward bows go, there's not really like a whole lot of really amazing Runeward bows. I mean, you could do a silence early on. Not like super duper expensive.
Right.
But but that's really the issue though, is that like for physical damage bosons, like you're so tied to your bow, and if you can't get a good bow, you're gonna be up the creek without a paddle.
Right. Yeah.
Everything
I
else can come later. Like all those 320 charms that you need and all that other crazy stuff like that, you can get that later.
Right. I don't think there'll be much of an issue if I'm playing with kinship, I guess, since everyone had some issues
Well, I mean,
with item.
your top bows are still going to be rare even within the kinship. Like wind forces don't grow on trees, and faith, which is like I think one of the top bows for that character, requires I think it's a jaw and a low rune or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
It's a pretty expensive one. I mean, we'll be able to help you out with like any of the other bows probably. Like I have there's no guarantee we're going to find a wind force, unfortunately.
That's fine. Wind Force gets cheaper later in the ladder, apparently. But
A good placeholder bow that might not actually cost you much, that you might want to keep your eyes out for, is an eagle horn. So eagle horn
right.
has pretty decent damage. It's not going to compare to wind force, but what it does have is it has amazing attack rating and ITD on it, which could help fix your attack rating issues that you're going to have early on in ladder. It's basically the never miss bow. It's what I call it. It's decent damage, but it just never misses. And you're going to have a lot of issues with attack rating, like especially since you're going to be a low level to start out with, and then also eventually when you do get high enough, you're not really going to have the attack rating to hit targets. I always have issues with attack rating on my Zons, physical Zons. The elemental Zons
Right.
don't care because they don't
Right.
they don't actually have to
Right.
hit anything.
I guess I'd be boosting dexterity, but all these missile skills, the attack rating apparently doesn't kick in. Apparently that's a bug that's been in the game for a while.
For what, dexterity?
Well, that the attack rating boosts from the skills don't actually apply apparently. Well, according to Amazon Basin, but it could be outdated. Maybe they fixed it.
I don't think
D2R.
I don't think Amazon Basin has been updated in a long time. It could very well
Right,
not be
right.
correct. I don't know.
Right.
I go off
Yeah.
Amazon Basin too, but whenever I see them change a specific skill, like I automatically assume that it might not be the same. Like I wouldn't go on Amazon Basin and look at Whirlwind because they changed everything about Whirlwind. So
Right. Yeah, the penetrate bug is still in the game where Blessed Aim overwrites it. So that's unfortunate because that really harms the attack rating issue. It would be nice to have Blessed Aim and penetrate on at the same time, but it doesn't work.
sounds like to me it would be better off. You'd be better off going with negative targets defense than attack rating.
Right. Yeah. I think the end game bow I wanted to use for flavor reasons would be the Brand bow. That's the one that shoots bone spears 100% of the time.
And that would be like a strafe build, right?
Yes, with strafe. Right.
Yeah, that's actually one that I did on my Procazon.
Right.
I did.
Yeah.
I did Brand with the Procazon. Brand also has amplify damage on it, but it's wind struck. But it's a really high percentage wind struck, so you'll see it a lot.
Right. Yeah. I was looking at that Raft bow, and unfortunately, that doesn't seem so nice because the damage will still be low on that one. Doesn't have enhanced damage on that one.
Honestly, when it comes to the physical boson, it's just ridiculously expensive. I mean,
Right.
as far as I understand it, like for a pure fizz boson, the optimal build is literally like wind force on you and faith on your merc, and then like full inventories of like 320 charms with like everything else in the world that's super expensive. Like
Right.
the circlet that's required to make those builds like really viable is like a really nice Amazon circlet that has like 2 sockets in it. Like it's got to have like all the stats and 2 sockets, and then you throw like 2 1540s in it, and it's
Right.
like it works. Like don't get me wrong, you can definitely make a physical boson work, but it is without a doubt one of the most expensive builds in the game, like far not.
Right. Okay. I see. I think that'll be a fun challenge, I guess, because I think I'm done with these melee characters for now. I don't know what to do about the life issue though. I want to be a glass cannon. Now you're talking about there was that channel that showed different boson builds, but it would get like killed in
like
one hit.
350 health. Yeah.
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's just glass cannon builds. You don't have to build your Amazon that way. I mean, if you think about it in terms of like how much off weapon ED dexterity gives you. So dexterity will give you a total of 1% per 1 point into dexterity off weapon ED. And off weapon ED is not really that powerful. Like it's okay in large quantities. Like it can do a lot, but like when you're talking about like 30 extra dex or like 50 extra dex, it's basically nothing in the grand scheme of things. So like you can balance out your character properly so that you at least have a decent amount of HP. Like bare minimum I usually go with an Amazon is about 1,000. Like I don't like to drop below about 1,000 HP. I feel like anything lower than about 1,000 you're asking for too much trouble. And
Right.
like especially if you're doing hardcore. If you're doing hardcore, I would go even higher than that. But it all comes down to playstyle, like staying back, making sure you're not getting hit. Like you're away from the fight. You know, you're not in the fight. So like you're not so much worried about the big giant donks that come in and bonk you on the head. You're more worried about like the AoE effects, the pulse damage. You know, like the missiles that might be coming your way. You know, Diablo using lightning inferno at you, things like that. However, you know, you're not always going to be able to fight at range, and that's where things get dicey. Like you're going to have to fight some monsters because they're going to force themselves on you, basically. You know, no consent, and and when they force themselves on you, you know, you've got to be able to like survive at least a little bit. If one hit kills you, then you know, yeah, that's a little bit too weak.
Right.
I mean, I like to use the hardcore test. It's like, would you build this character in hardcore? Would you ever build this character this exact way in hardcore? And then like if you answer no, you're probably on the glass cannon side of things. Like, but that's like PvE, and you know, that's like non-hardcore in general. Like most people who do non-hardcore characters tend to build their characters a little bit more on the glass cannon side than they do, like than they would normally. So like whenever you're in hardcore, you approach things from an entirely different standpoint. You're like, hey, I don't want to die. You know, like I don't want to even come close to dying.
Right.
Well, let me see how I can balance my character differently.
Yeah, I tried using like the level 20 slow missiles on a non-ladder Amazon that I have. That works pretty well. It works on super uniques, but it does not work on bosses. It was working on Lord Theseus and stuff, even though
It should work on everything. The slow missile and the inner sight are not the same thing as a curse.
Right.
They're a completely different category, and they actually do stack with curses and everything else. And they should work on everything.
Yeah, I was doing a chaos run. It didn't seem to work on Diablo, but I guess it could.
I mean, all you gotta do is zoom in and see if he sparkles.
Yeah, he doesn't sparkle. Oh well, he doesn't have there's a certain red thing above their head if they have slow missile on them.
No, it's not a red thing above their head. It's just a sparkle. That's all it is. And for inner sight and slow missile don't have a like above the head indicator like curses do. Does Wind Force plus Faith Mark have more damage than Faith plus Pride? You know, I'm not really sure about that. As far as I understood it, Faith plus or Wind Force plus Faith was the optimal build, but I'm assuming that has to do with hitting the 7 FPA, which is the breakpoint that people always want to hit when it comes to the Amazon. Like you're trying to hit the highest breakpoint so you can attack as fast as possible. And I'm pretty sure that like to really hit that breakpoint without having to stack too much of like other equipment, I think you have to have the fanaticism aura like on board in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
It's part of the whole like dynamic with that particular build is you're trying to hit the fastest breakpoint so that you're attacking as fast as possible. And then usually what they do is they combine like a knockback weapon, so like something that has knockback on it. You can also use the giant skull, which has knockback. It's a two-socketed helmet, pretty good for Amazons. There's a lot of different ways you can add knockback into the build. You can even use knockback gloves. But then like with 7 frames and the knockback gloves, you can usually reliably keep just about everything away from you. Like just spamming knockback basically on everything.
Yeah. Would that require the matriarchal bow, since that's faster than the grand matron bow?
I think with physical, you're always going to go with the higher damage because it's just how your build works. Yeah, so the Grand Matron.
Okay.
The Mat bow is the the faster bow that has lower damage. It's generally used for elemental builds.
Okay.
I usually don't shoot for 7 FPA on elemental builds either because the difference is damage versus speed. And like when it comes to elemental builds, like especially things like Freezing Arrow, what you're looking at is you're looking at the difference between spamming like my mana until it disappears for less damage, or having higher damage hits that cost me like a little bit more mana. But in the grand scheme of things, my mana pool isn't draining so fast because I'm not firing like that many arrows. And I found it difficult to balance like the whole like speed versus like a mana cost like aspect, because I wanted to make sure that I could maintain my mana pool. And so I would often go for higher damage output instead of faster speed. I think I ended up like deciding though on a very specific speed level, like for my Freezing Arrows on. I can't remember which breakpoint it was. I think it might have been the 9 breakpoint, 9 or the 8. It wasn't 7. I know that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I remember seeing that. Talking about your build before.
I mean, you can always test out these builds before you know, before season starts. You got plenty of time.
Right.
We got plenty of time.
I'll look up your hero editor vids. I guess I haven't installed that yet.
Yeah, you can just build your characters and see how they play and like test the skills and see what you want to use. I have videos up that I just recently posted on Strafe and Multi-Shot and Magic Arrow, and the other 2 physical skills, which is Cold Arrow and Fire Arrow. You could always take a look at those and see if you learn anything new. Those are all recent, like they're all up to date, so they're all using like the modern formulas and whatnot. I don't really like know about the bugs involving the abilities. I guess I never really dived into them as much, and I also always kind of secretly hope that they'll fix the bugs.
Right. Yeah.
Which, who knows? They just might. Like when it comes to 2.6, we might see a bunch of changes.
Yeah. Hopefully. Well, yeah. Thanks for the advice. Appreciate that.
Goldie wrap. But yeah, you'll be in a group. Obviously, we'll do a big old group. So, I mean, you'll probably be the only Amazon in the group because usually we don't have that many Amazons, unless there's some sort of new Amazon rune word or something that sparks more interest. And chances are, like any bows that we'll find, which is one of the cool things about being an Amazon, is that any bows we'll find will usually go to you, and you'll kind of have your pick of the litter. And there are ways that you can level up your Amazon, like not as a physical boson. Like if you just wanted to kind of like the same way that Hammerdins love to level up as like a holy fire paladin. Like one of the easiest ways is just to level up as a like a fire Amazon. Like in the beginning, if we get our hands on like a Raven Claw, we just toss that your way, and you get like free exploding arrows. There's a couple different bows that have like free exploding arrows on them.
Yeah, there's about five, I think. So yeah, I wanted to do this build since I like the different effects that bows have. Although I'm giving up the shield. I mean, when I did a Holy Freeze Paladin, I used that Medusa Gaze shield that slows the enemy, I think. And it has cold resistance, and it had lower resist if you get struck.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty nice.
I used that on my Vengeance Paladin back before Plague came out. And then Plague came out, and I was like, oh my god, Plague. Plague is so awesome. I love that rune.
Wonder what the value of these Sunder Charms are going to be when they're kit non-ladder. Maybe they'll be more valuable. Not sure.
The Vile Husk, the only sword that has amp damage procs on it. I'm kind of curious whether they'll keep the Sunder Charm drop rate the same. There's a lot of controversy around them being so common.
Right.
We might see them make them a little bit more rare. I don't know. Overall, though, like if they're as common as they were this season, I don't think that they're going to be ridiculously valuable. I think right. At the very beginning, you might see somebody willing to trade like everything they own for one, but like in the very beginning, how much is everything they own? You know, like a Vamp Gaze and like a Nokazan Relic. Like at a certain point in the ladder, nobody really has anything. And that's what makes items so ridiculously valuable, but then also at the same time, so ridiculously hard to actually purchase or sell, because nobody has that value to give you.
Right.
I don't know, within the kinship, we'll probably just be handing them out, like, whenever they drop, it'll just be like, okay, a poison one dropped, anybody need it? Somebody raise your hand, we'll just hand it out. I mean, there was one point, I think, during the ladder, like at the very beginning, where everybody was super excited to get to Hell difficulty and get their hands on their Sunder Charms, but then, like, then people started to realize just how common they were, and the excitement kind of died away, and it wasn't really that big of a deal anymore.
Yeah, weren't they dropping every 2, like, unique monsters killed or something like that?
Not here.
It's very common.
I mean, how often they dropped? Oh, sorry. How often they dropped wasn't really the same as like the beginning, because in the beginning it was they had that bug, so you could you could basically force them to drop by using find item, and by forcing them to fall, like we were getting like 6 or 7 a game. Like it was pretty insane. And then when they fixed it, like we were like, okay, they fixed it, so they'll actually be rare now. And then no, we were literally still playing, and then although they were a little bit rarer than they were before, it was like like still like sometimes anywhere between 1 to 3 a game. Like very rarely would we have a game where one didn't fall. And even today, it's actually pretty funny. People will still comment on some of my older videos that, like, I'm talking about how easy and how common they are. And they're like, I still haven't found one. And I'm like, how? Are you on ladder? Like, because if you're on ladder and you're in Hell difficulty and you're killing monsters in the Hell difficulty terror zones, like, you should have at least one Sunder Charm by now. Like, even when I was soloing, like when everybody would be offline and I would just hop on and do like some solo runs, I would still end up with like 3 to 4 Sunder Charms like in about an hour. And that's like P1 farming a Sunder, a terror zone by myself. With no magic find, by the way.
Thanks for the advice. I'm gonna go get lunch now. Take it easy.
Alright, man. Have
Enjoy your
fun.
lunch.
Thanks.
Who else is in here? Nico? What's up, Nico?
Not much.
Man, Dusty Buns is just taking a nap in my shirt. This is the stuff that freaks people out. Like, you guys are watching, and if you guys weren't here when I brought Dusty Buns out, you guys wouldn't know there's a chinchilla in my shirt. And, like, literally, when he pops out, you're like, it, like, blows your mind back. And, like, your brain is exposed for a couple seconds. Because, like, he doesn't make any... You can't see him. You don't know he's there. Like, other than maybe, like, a odd bump in my shirt. Which you can't really see my shirt either, because it's green screen. But, you don't really know he's there. He's just taking a nap in there. He's just having a good little nap. He's being a good boy. Mr. Dusty Buns. Oh no, the tequila shot. The Doom Knight took a tequila shot.
Uh-oh.
Get a Decrepify, man. I think I might have to add a little bit more IAS to this build just so I can counter Decrepify. It always sucks whenever Decrepify hits you and you're back to like the slow Barbarian.
Yeah.
You finally tune your whole character around, you know, your IAS, only for like one Decrepify curse to just completely like turn you into an old man. Like I promise, I was hitting the max breakpoint. Flawless Ruben. Probably one of the grossest things, but also like mildly not even a problem, is that like when the chinchilla sleeps on your shirt, he poops in there. Like I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. He poops in there. But chinchilla turds are like these little hard little rock things. Like they hardly even matter. You're more likely to cut your toe on them than like what you would normally expect from a turd. So anyway, like if you have them in your shirt for a while and they're sleeping in there, the irony of it is that they're gonna like poop in there. Like it happens. And then oftentimes you'll go put them back in their cage and you'll forget. And then like when you stand up, like all the little rock hard little things fall out of your shirt. And then you sweep them up and you put them in the trash can. But like it's funny because like you just stand up and all of a sudden it's like somebody dropped a bunch of Skittles on the floor and you're like,
It's raining.
like okay. That's right, I forgot he was sleeping in my shirt for like an hour, so yeah, there's gonna be some Skittles in there. It's gonna be some Skittles. Comes with the territory. Hey, it could be a lot worse, right? Like I look at it from a different point of view than I think a lot of people do. A lot of people think they're like poop, ooh, and I'm like, this could be any other animal. Like, and instead of cute little rock hard Skittles, it could be nasty, gooshy, like grossness. Like I'm thankful for the rock hard Skittles. I am thankful. You can sweep them up, you can vacuum them up. Like there's nothing to them. They're just little Skittles. I don't care.
And now we finally know how Skittles are actually made.
That's right. Taste the rainbow. Large siege bow. Sorry, trying to talk to my beautiful lady.
Oh, worries?
Wob. You know, it's one of the things I'm not even embarrassed to like say is that like I have trouble knowing the difference between all the freaking assassin weapons. There are so many assassin weapons and they all have such weird names. And like I think I have better luck learning the names of the weapons just by their shape rather than their actual name. Like the ones that look like the Wolverine claws.
Yeah.
the punch dagger. You know, like it's much easier to associate them for me by their shape than it is by their names. And then it doesn't help that there seems to be like 2 of the demon head.
What you talking about, Daniel?
Stuff? What are you talking about?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No.
Sound good with your headset.
This is a brand new one. Not yet gotten to use it.
Uh-huh.
Not here.
I was trying to get this character leveled up a little bit and get him finished. I did want to eventually make a video on him, but I can't really do that while he's under leveled.
Yeah, here's my sucky dude. I ain't finished yet. Just kidding.
Yeah, here's my sucky pie, my sucky barbarian, and my Barbarian that I ain't Barbarian yet.
What game you in?
GGM Chaos 12, but we're actually full, believe it or not. Dang, I got a Holy Freeze character over here. Yeah, it's a pub game, so there's a lot of puppies in here. There's a really low level character that's level 52 in here. And then we got a level 99 in here too.
What level are you now?
86. He's not doing bad. He's actually doing pretty good. I actually like how he's performing. Overall, like his crushing blow and open wounds and everything is pretty high, and I think his main issue is just like on specific bosses and things like that. He doesn't have the ability to like the attack rating that he needs. Despite the fact that the flesh rippers have negative 50% defense, I feel like he needs a lot more attack rating than he has. Specifically for the bosses, though, because it's like they have like a half penalty kind of a thing. And then they're higher level than me, too, which is also an issue, because with melees, you really need to have a good level. Because if you're too far underneath of the level of the monster you're trying to hit, like, things get complicated.
Oh, I forgot I don't have any room left. I found a 3% faster run walk, 11 poison resist small charm.
11 poison resist? Nice.
It seems to be like a burr almost for that.
Well, yeah, perfect resistance plus another interesting thing is definitely going to be nice. Like anytime you get like perfect something with like something else nice, it's usually pretty nice. That's what I tell people. They'll get excited and they find like a 7% magic find and they're like, how much do you think it's worth? And I'm like, well, I mean, it's a nice charm. Don't get me wrong. It's just it doesn't have anything else on it. Like if it was 7% magic find plus, like then it would be worth a lot. But as it is, it's not really going to be worth like an amazing amount with just the 7% magic find. But then you find something that's like 7% magic find and then it has like +3 max damage, like 20 AR on it, or like, you know, like you get like the really nice combination of like 2 or 3 really cool effects. That's when things get crazy. I think the single resistance ones are also very high valued these days. We're moving on to 13. Game
Yeah,
already exists.
I made 13.
Oh,
I made
you
it.
made 13.
I'm 88, so it shouldn't be too far off.
Well, there was no password on it, so.
Oh, well, that's why it wouldn't work. My bad. You only got 1 minute left anyway.
1 minute left on what? Oh, the terror
Whatever it
zone?
is. Yeah.
I wasn't really doing terror zones with this guy because he's kind of too low level, but.
Oh, I don't know where it is anyway. Bloodmore and Den of Evil.
Not here. Not here.
I mean, you can go to 14. I didn't know you didn't have a password on it.
Yeah, there's no password. We're just doing pub games, basically. Because there's not a lot of people on right now. I mean, as you can see in the kinship, we've got like a whole lot, like 2 people in here.
Yep.
Not here.
The only people who made it in.
Not in town.
All right.
Pokachu? Who the hell is Pokachu? Don't Pokachu. Wow. What an interesting speculum. It's too bad it didn't roll F. Man, 242% enhanced. That's cruel. That's a cruel level. 11 min, 11 max, 85 attack rating, and lifesteal. It's really high for a level 40 damage freaking throwing item, too. It's literally 216 top-end throw damage for a level 40 throwing spear. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, I found some 20% faster run walk with 230 reses on it. It's only like level 18.
Yeah, a lot of the tri-res boots ends up being really low. Apparently all those modifiers must be like extremely low modifiers.
Yeah, it was only 2 res, but still good for 30, 34, and 36. There's so many people in this game.
I got the new
Already
little
so
baby
far.
chinchilla with me, sleeping in my shirt. The training begins. This
Oh, yeah, already.
this kind of training is very simple. You basically just let them sleep with you, and it creates a bond between you and the chinchilla. And they like to sleep inside your shirt, you know. You do got to watch out though. Like let me give you guys all a warning. All right, it's a baby. All right, and what a baby's like. What a baby's like. Come on, guys. What are they like? Nipples. Okay, you have nipples. All right. Here's the thing. Like if they see a nipple, don't expect it to go unmolested. All right. So what you do is you want to make sure that you always have a boundary shirt. Okay. This is important. You want to make sure you have a shirt under your shirt. All right. Never put them skin to fur. Otherwise, you're gonna lose a nipple. I don't mean they're gonna like suck on it. I mean they're gonna bite it, and then you're gonna lose it, and you'll be the one nippled gentleman. You'll be the opposite of Chandler, who had 3 nipples. You'll have 1 nipple. How many times can I say nipple in a 10-minute sequence? Nipple, nipple, nipple.
So you get banned.
Oh God. Probably would happen too. We gotta get like an email. And they're like, why did you say the word nipple 18,000 times in approximately 1 minute?
I wonder how many times
It
set
just
ratings
came
drop.
up in casual conversation.
In casual conversation, guys. It's just casual. We're just casually talking about it. No, you don't want to make that mistake, all right? Like it's just a mistake that you don't want to make. Trust me. Uh-oh, here he comes. The baby has decided to emerge from his cocoon. Why are you chewing on stuff? Why are you chewing on my shirt thing? If you want to come out, come out. Nobody's holding you in there, sir. That's right. Ploop your way out. There you go, see? And now you're going to try and escape, eh?
We're all amp damage. And Diablo's like, these guys are so easy.
Oh, an amulet dropped. I didn't get to see what it was.
Nah, and I accidentally picked it up immediately. It's Ithras. It sucks.
Rob, this is a great amulet. What are you talking about? I'll take it.
I already dropped it.
I always try and keep an Aratha set on hand.
Well, it's in the other game.
Well, it's too late now. I'm already in number 15.
Good job.
Mr. Dusty Buns. Would you like some butt scratches? Would you like some neck scratches? You like those? Would you like some head scratches? You want some head scratches, Mr. Dusty Buns? Hmm? You want to play Diablo? I can make you a character. We'll, oh no, down he goes. I will make you a druid. How about that? You can be a druid and you can control the wolves. You can summon vines and you can be a druid. a druidic? Or would you rather be a barbarian? Would you rather go, what, wait, what, wait? So that right there, I don't know if you guys noticed at all that he literally like was trying to like, tickle my eyeball. That is communal preening or whatever you want to call it. I don't know exactly what the term for it is. It's when two chinchillas basically, you know, like give each other like scratches or rubs or whatever you want to call it, like in the appropriate places. There are several appropriate places for chinchillas that they consider to be like part of the communal preening process. Under the chin is one of the main ones. Above the eyes is also another one. Apparently chinchillas have very itchy eyelids. I don't know why. Then also like on the back of their neck and stuff like that. Like it's usually revolving around the face area. So like when you see him like kind of like lean in and it seems like he's nibbling on something on my face, that's literally him being communal. He's doing his, you know, communal kind of thing. And I initiated it by giving him communal scritches in the appropriate place. See, underneath of his arm, right here. See how he's lifting his arm up and he's got his head cocked to the side. He's accepting said communal scritches. He likes them. It's they're glorious. It's actually pretty cute the way that they like hold their head and everything, and they let you give them scratches in the appropriate spots. Which, by the way, there are also spots that they do not like scratches. Like anything that has to do with their like their rump area is off limits because that has to do with mating, and they don't want to be mated. They don't want to be humped. So if you touch like their backside, it's objectionable, and they'll let you know. They squonk at you and they tell you that you're where you're not supposed to be. However, when you're scratching them in the correct places, you notice that there's visual, like literally visual stimulus there to show you that hey, you are giving them scratches in the correct zones, and they enjoy it ever so nicely. And it's just something that they do. They're communal animals, just like dogs, just like cats. Communal animals make very good pets. Dogs live in packs, cats live in prides. Chinchillas live in like herds. I believe they're called herds. They're big, giant, like chinchilla families. And baby chinchillas actually have a specific name. I don't usually use it on stream because it's kind of odd, and you wouldn't necessarily know that that's what I'm talking about. Like when you say puppy or when you say kitten, you immediately know that a puppy or a kitten is a, baby dog or a baby cat. But a kit is a baby chinchilla. A baby chinchilla is called a kit. Like Kit Kat, but without the cat. It's just a kit. So this is a kit. He's still a baby. He's not really old enough to be considered an adult yet. He'll get his adult fur and his adult sort of stature and weight later on as he grows up. But he's for the most part still just a little baby at this point. He's a kit. And I'm sure Nimoy is extremely jealous in his cage. He's extremely jealous. But this is the first time Dusty's ever been on stream before, so I wanted to let him have the show all to himself. Besides, Dusty and Nimoy don't really seem to get along very well together, so it's really Nimoy. Nimoy's a butt face, to be honest. Dusty is very cute, and he's very warm. I've never seen a chinchilla warm up to me as quickly as Dusty has. Like he's very curious, and he's very warm, and you can tell he really likes to be scratched. Oh yeah, look at that. You do like the scratches, don't you? Oh yes. You guys need to see this in big screen. Hold on. You guys need to see it in big screen. Watch. I want you to see what he looks like when he does his little thing where he's like, oh yeah, give me the scratches and oh look at it, oh, look at his little cheek goes up and his little arm goes up and he's like, oh yeah, right there, that's the good spot. Oh yeah, that's it right there. Oh yeah, right there. Cause underneath the arm right there. We stand right there. How about right here? Right up behind your neck. On top of your head right
Luckiest
there.
ring ever. Level 5. +2 to strength. +1 to energy. 9 poison resist. Not bad for 5.
Okay, that's enough. Bring the camera back down. Need the Dusty Bun camera. That's the whole stream. What are we doing today? I don't know. We're just looking at Dusty Bun doing weird stuff.
That's his name, Dusty Buns.
His name is Dusty. Dusty Bun kind of fit. Although I was thinking of changing his name to Dusty Bones. That's what I was thinking. Dusty Bones. Because one of my chinchillas was named William after William Shatner. Nimoy is named after Spock. You know, Leonard Nimoy. And I thought Bones could be interesting for, for McCoy.
Oh, yeah, Bones, yeah.
And Dusty Bones just kind of rolls off the tongue. Looks like a rabbit. Mm-mm.
Nope.
Only someone who's never seen a chinchilla would say that. Tribbles don't have any arms or legs, though, do they? I mean,
Gerbil.
Tribble, like from Star Trek.
Oh, there's no discernible anything.
I think they have a mouth. That's it, right? Because they eat. They don't even
Tribbles are
poop.
balls of
They don't even
fur.
poop, do they? The tribbles? Tribbles don't
They
poop.
mate.
They may.
Yeah, that would have been a
Don't
pretty
know
shitty
how.
enterprise.
Mr. Dusty Buns has decided to evacuate his bowels on me. He peed on me. I'm gonna go change my shirt real quick. I'll be right back.
Never.
I'm gonna make the next game. I'm gonna go change my shirt and I'll be right back. It's not his fault. He's a little baby. He hasn't learned potty manners yet. I'm back. I never finished this character, Christopher. I changed it to my purple one.
Wardrobe change.
Wardrobe change.
Ah, didn't repair my weapon.
Here, you can go into the new shirt. There you go. Fill that one up with turds. Fill that one up with turds.
Ginger, do you want a barb grand charm? It's combat with 5 strength on it. It's in town if you want it. There's also an expert's grand charm. I think that's elemental.
Glad and offensive ores.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess I could grab one.
Or the expert Grand Charm of Strength. That's the one for the barb combat. I know you're double swing, so I figured you might need it. I don't know. There's just a bunch of crap on the ground. Somebody was dropping.
Meanwhile, I'm playing around on hardcore.
Boom, 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 boom. I could probably work that in somewhere.
How far have you gotten on hardcore?
I'm just did the Countess and Nightmare.
Not bad. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah. The furthest I got was Act 3 in Nightmare. In getting the third piece of the columns flail thing before the flail. And I got to the level 2 and I forgot that mobs can spawn there. And it was a bunch of dolls and, well, I was kind of zealing and died.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll
That's-
happen. Zeal will
that
get you.
That is exactly how my first, or my highest level hardcore character died, was random doll ran into my group while I was zealing.
Yep, and that was level 57 Paladin. After that, I did a Summoning Necro, and then got to the Maggot Lair and Nightmare, and when the boss exploded, I died at 47.
That sucks.
Summoning
Suicide mod.
Necro in the maggot lair.
Yeah,
is
there's a
not
lot
very
of-
fun either.
There's a lot of suicide mods in Diablo that will get you killed. And you don't really think about them that much because they don't really kill you that often, but like...
Even like
when
the
you-
Novas,
but when you
like
get-
sometimes.
Yeah, Frost Nova, like if you have really
Yeah.
low cold res, or like Lightning Nova if you have really low lightning res.
The frost one is what
Fire
usually
enchanted and
gets
cold
me.
enchanted. You gotta like back up. All right, die, dude. Just fall over and die.
Also, if you don't have high fire, lightning, or cold res, and you run into one of the appropriately like modded holy freeze, holy fire, holy shock, like
Yeah, it'll
monsters,
tear you apart.
they'll just slowly kill you while you're not even like anywhere near them.
Yeah.
And they explode.
It's honestly, it's kind of impossible to build a character that can survive everything. But you definitely want to make it so your character's tanky enough so you don't like
Yeah,
just get
that's why I
demolished
went
by
with
anything.
Paladin again.
This,
'Cause
this game name is Boob Job Cows.
Paladin's easiest to, like, farm Nightmare Andy with, in my opinion. It's Holy Fire Paladin.
Oh, yeah, they work pretty well.
You're very chillax, little buddy, aren't you? You're very chillax, little buddy.
Well, it's time for me to go home from work, so gotta find y'all guys later.
All right.
He's a good little buddy.
See you, bud.
Bye.
I'm actually really impressed with how well he's behaving. It for a little baby, he's definitely a lot more mild-mannered than well, a lot of the other chinchillas that I've owned that were also babies. He seems to be interested in, like, me specifically. Like he's staying close to me specifically, and he's, you know, several times now he's done like the little preening thing where he looks for a place to give me like a nibble or a scratch or whatever. So it's cute. He's very cute. He's a good boy, little Dusty Bones, aren't you? Hmm? He's a good little Dusty Bones. He's a good little Dusty Bones, huh? Yeah, he's a good little Dusty Bones. He's a good boy. Yes. He's a good boy.
Ooh, Outer Cloister. Stealth plus Sanders boots equals really fast.
Yeah, you can also throw in a Rothus. I believe it's the amulet and like one other piece will get you 20%. Between all of them, you end up with freaking ridiculous run walk speed.
You can switch to walk and you're actually running everywhere.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That was like my Javazon when I first played. I ended up stacking like almost 200 run walk. Like, and that was before that, what you call it, perk. For the 22 days of terror or whatever. I didn't even get to play that day, but I could imagine how fast she would have been.
Oh god.
And that was without even like the vigor like math added to that. Like that could be insane. You should have remade your Sonic the Hedgehog and like made him insane fast. Holy crap, my god.
Hey, somebody's really close
Yeah,
to the
somebody.
road.
Yeah, I'm literally like.
Someone's
right there on the
driving.
road.
Like, dang.
That whoever just did that was like had no muffler. That's damn sure.
Oh, some people love that.
That must have
Someone's
been-
playing on the
that must have been
highway.
cut
Some people,
off.
some people love to modify their cars like that. Like, how loud can I make it?
I had to get a new muffler, and like the
How
muffler
obnoxious can
wasn't.
I be?
They already cut my muffler off, and they're like, "Well, you can drive home, and you know, if you get stopped by the cops, you know, here's this letter explaining." So like, as I was driving home, I was like barely pressing on the gas because I felt so embarrassed of how it sounded.
The muffler do be muffling.
But some people love it. Like that guy obviously loves the sound of that.
Or maybe somebody stole his catalytic converter and he,
Maybe.
and he just doesn't know it yet. And he's like, why is
Oh,
my car so
if you didn't
loud?
realize it.
I had a problem with my car. It made me freaking embarrassed, like super embarrassed. And it was just like this big clanging like plate. Like, and as the car revved up, or when it was in idle, like you would just hear the plate underneath the car just going like clank, 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 and it was really freaking loud. And it sounded like my car was literally falling apart. And I thought something was like deathly wrong with my car. I ended up looking it up and like finding a couple guys that were literally talking about exactly my issue. And it's crazy. They literally were like, it's nothing. It's literally a it's a plate that's supposed to protect the underside of your car that's come loose. Apparently it's like welded in place or something.
Yeah, it's like the brush guard.
And
it's like a piece of metal.
yeah, so like the weld basically popped off, and so this plate that basically has no actual functional use except for to protect the underside of the vehicle from maybe like rocks and stuff that might come up and like damage the fuel tank or something like that. It's just sitting there rattling around, and it's just embarrassing as all get out. I ended up like just after I found out that there was absolutely no reason to even worry about it, because apparently it's also fastened in like several other places with bolts. Only that one side apparently is just welded, and the other sides are all bolted on, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's,
I just
you
zip
can,
tied
like,
it up.
Bend it over. I don't know why they don't have it. I know what you're talking about. I had a truck that was like that too.
Yeah, I just zip tied it up, and the sound went away. But it was like it was super embarrassing, just like yours. Like you just, I mean, did you eventually get yours fixed or?
Yeah. It was just like they cut it and they thought they had the muffler, but it wasn't in stock. So they're like, well, you can either leave it here or, you know, come back tomorrow and it should be all finished. And I was like, well, I got to go to work in the morning and I can come back and drop it off, you know. And he's like, yeah. So it was just I had to leave with it cut. Like I guess they could have welded it back on, but that would have been unnecessary work, I guess. But yeah, it was loud as hell. Like if I were to floor it from a stoplight, it was like rah! And I'll be right back. I think we lost our tellier. I'll be
Man, I can
back
leap
with
it. It takes me a little bit.
Okay, yeah, that'll be fun.
I'm not as fast as a teleporting sorceress, but I can get there.
Come on, baby.
I just decided to come on my low-level pally that I'm working on. He's actually still really good, but he's just not very high level. I did a paladin and realized why I didn't want to play a paladin.
Oh, I just saw the paladin's name that just joined for Lorndon.
Yeah, because I was sad to make him.
When I first saw it, like I literally thought it was Forbidden Din, and I'm like, that would be a really cool name for a character. Like what kind of paladin are you? I'm a Forbidden Din.
Forbidden Din.
Forbidden.
I must use that now.
What makes you forbidden? I don't know. Forbidden.
Everything.
Forbidden.
Ah! No!
Just use all the forbidden skills of the paladin, like a conversion paladin. I had actually originally thought that conversion could be a rather interesting ability to use with thorns. That may making like using it kind of like a summon necromancer. Like you basically build like a really high thorns paladin, and then you go around like converting selected number of monsters to force them into servitude to be used for, for thorns essentially. And maybe you'd stack on other forms of thorns as well, or amplify damage or something to increase that output. I don't know. And I would be slow. It would be really slow, but I think it would actually work. The only problem that I can see with it is that, like, what do you do when you don't have monsters to convert?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what do you do in Duriel's Tomb when there's no monsters? What do you do in Bale's Throne Room when there's no monsters? What do you do with like Diablo, when there's no monsters? It's maybe a little bit difficult to actually get any kind of traction or headway like during those times.
Yeah, we all did, a couple of us did a classic playthrough, and I was doing a summon necro, and I don't remember this, but like if you go to Stony Field and you summon all your summons, and then you go to Act 4, they all disappear.
Yeah.
So there's like no way, especially in Act 4, because there is no merc, so like you're basically relying on your golem to get your initial kill, and then you're constantly, oh shit, hang on.
Well, that's why the classic that you see now isn't really worth like the same. Isn't the same as the original classic.
Yeah, and nobody on classic had hit level 99 yet either. I think 97 was the highest on classic.
What's the way I can explain this? So you know how like they added the synergies, like all the synergies that they added
used to not exist at all.
Yeah,
but
there were no
1.10
synergies
where they added that. Yeah,
there were no synergies. So what you would do is when you built your summon necromancer, you would also build like Bone Spear or Bone Spirit to get those initial kills. But because of the way that they set up the synergies, the classic necromancer doesn't function the same as he should. He should function differently. You should be able to build your summon necromancer and then spread your points out between other things that you might want, like poison or any other like abilities. Like you shouldn't be like pigeonholed into one particular thing in classic, and that's why you're having the trouble, is because they've enforced the classic rules on you without the classic non-synergies. The classic non-synergies made that stuff possible, and as soon as the synergies got added in, along with the old classic rules, things get really wonky. I was actually thinking about doing a classic playthrough, and when I found out that classic had synergies, I was like, this isn't classic. This is something completely different. This is like a hybrid between classic and LOD. Like this is like if somebody took the synergies of LOD and then just jammed them in the classic, and it fundamentally changes everything.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't enjoyable from my end. Like, it wasn't bad when we were all together, but like if I were to try to do anything by myself, I'd have to go back to normal and like farm Andy or go farm some early on stuff.
Well,
like even in Act 4, like I'd walk out the gates and get obliterated by freaking everything out there.
It wasn't uncommon for people to get stuck in nightmare difficulty in classic. Like it really wasn't. It was actually pretty difficult to build your character for hell difficulty in classic, and so like you would often go down that road. You would farm nightmare difficulty for a really long time, trying to get the equipment that you needed. Trying to find that mythical weapon that would help you, carry you into the next, especially the melee characters. God, if you didn't have the right weapon, you weren't going anywhere.
The legendary Saigon Shield.
Oh, fellas.
What up? I am stuck. What's going on?
Oh, almost level 87. Used a mana pot and nothing happened. It was amazing.
I'm stuck in town. I can't walk. It just says not in town.
I think to get a true classic experience, unfortunately, you would have to. Unfortunately, I think you'd have to install an old version of Diablo.
Yeah, before they had the synergies.
Yeah, like 1.09 or something like that.
The tri sork where you had the strongest lightning, fire, and cold like that. That was so much fun back then.
Oh yeah, well, every freaking PvP sork in the world had T-Storm.
Mm-hmm.
They just sit outside of town with T-Storm on. Like that was their idea of PvP, was just to sit outside with T-Storm on and laugh that you couldn't do anything. Half time they wouldn't even stay there; they'd just go AFK. As soon as you walked out, instant death. Oh, a nice little charm. 20% poison, 28 life, level 37 Grandy. Poison characters want that. Could be better. Could be 30% poison and could be 45 life. Freaking, I was watching one of Trix's. She does these little like clips of her like identifying items, and I think she got like a Grand Charm from Diablo. She identified it, and it was literally like 30% cold res with like 45 life on it. And I was like, whoa, that's perfect. It's not the charm that you see people hunting for every day, but like 45 life is the cap on the life and 30% is the cap on the individual resistances. And for it to have 45 life and 30 cold res is pretty rare, like very rare actually. And it's actually pretty useful when you think about it. 45 life is a lot of life, and 30 cold res is a lot of cold res. Could be useful on a gold sorceress using a Sunder charm. Balance out some of the issues. Alright, I got 3 skill points I need to dump somewhere.
Yeah, I don't even have any cold skillers in my cold sork.
What are you chewing on over there, sir? I feel like you are looking for things to chew on. Would you like a chip? Hmm? Here, come here. Get on my shoulder instead of on the chair, so I can, like, halfway on the chair, halfway on my shoulder. You're going to learn the crinkle of a bag. That's one thing that every chinchilla in the world knows, is the crinkle of a bag. I always have to worry about giving chinchillas too many snacks because they're so small. You know, like, if I gave a dog a chip, he's like, the dog is over there looking at me like, really, bro? Like, you see, I'm like 90 pounds. Like, one chip? Really? Meanwhile, the chinchilla, he's tiny. He's a little bitty thing. Give him one chip, it's like literally giving him an entire pizza. Apparently nobody killed Grand Visor of Chaos over here.
How dare they?
There's so much fun stuff back from those days. I used to remember I'd always put 1 point into Thorns on my Paladin. And the reason why I would always put 1 point into Thorns on any of my Paladins is because whenever a PvP barbarian came in and wanted to talk crap, they would always come in and like try and PK you. And all you had to do literally was wait until they whirlwinded and switch to thorns. And as soon as you switch to thorns, they immediately regretted life and they would die on the other side of the attack. And it wasn't until they fixed thorns that it no longer did that. But for a very long time, if you were a barbarian and you were trying to PK someone, one of the easiest ways to get rid of you was to either toggle on thorns or to just simply put on, like if you were a necromancer, cast Iron Maiden on you. And you were instantly dead on the other side of your whirlwind. And then you just laughed and you just went about your business. I also used to torture them on my Necromancer, because what you could do is you could cast a bone prison around them. And then one of the most common things that a barbarian would do to get out of the bone prison was to whirlwind, because of course whirlwind has no hitbox, so you can travel through things. Well, then literally while they're traveling through the bone prison, you then cast Iron Maiden on them while they're in the middle of the prison, and then and then immediately they are now dead. Also, bone walls and bone prisons didn't used to have a duration in the old versions of the game, and and they had to be killed. So, like, you literally would cast them and they would be up forever.
Old cow games where you would just crash the game, yeah.
Forever. Just tons and tons and tons of freaking walls and bone prisons everywhere. In fact, when you went into PvP games like that were like old, a lot of the times there would still be bone walls and bone prisons up from the like previous battles, which was I think was kind of cool. Like,
you could see like what happened here.
A great battle commenced upon this
Yeah.
land.
Well, the funny thing was is they wouldn't have been so ridiculously hard to get rid of if the bone walls and bone prisons didn't have such ridiculous health. Like when you maxed them out, they were like they had like more health than Diablo.
God.
Pop it. Oh yeah, the Hammerdin is still God, dude. I don't care what anybody says. I don't even have Enigma yet, and this guy's amazing. 10k damage that nobody is immune to? I'll take it all day long. I don't even have a charm yet.
There was also all sorts of other interesting things in Classic that a lot of people don't know. So Whirlwind used to not end if you chose a target. So
You
like
could just keep going, yeah.
So if you chose a target and the target was running away from you, it would just continually follow that target forever until it reached that target. So in PvP, one of the funny things that people would do was they would wait for you to click on them,
and
then,
they would just train you.
and they would just run you all around the entire map.
Literally zombies, dude.
Like you couldn't do anything because while you were in the middle of the whirlwind, you were stuck until that whirlwind ended. You did not regain control. So he would just run you all over the entire world. Some gloves and a spurt mask.
I remember even just something as simple as not being able to respec ever. Like, it made you very cautious of putting any points into anything. Where now, like, people, like you said, they level up as a Holy Fire, and then they switch to Hammerdin, just because it's easier that way.
Not me. I don't like doing that.
I mean, if we're, like, trying to, like, do it fast, and, like, the people in the group want to do it fast, I don't mind doing it like that. Because I've played the game so many times, like, that's also just another way to play the game,
Well, do you want to do it fast, or do you want to do it slow?
I don't know. If you have a group, I feel like you're much better off, like, just doing it the correct way. That way you can have the group support you. Kind of builds a synergy.
Yeah, I'm just down for what the group wants to do, and if people want to do it fast, I don't mind doing it fast. Like I said, I've sounds weird saying this, but yeah, we've done it like all the different ways. To be honest, like especially if we show up late, sometimes we have to like kind of go faster a little bit to catch up.
Well, I mean, think about like a Hammerdin, like going Holy Fire at the beginning. Holy Fire doesn't really benefit anybody, like except for the Paladin. But if you're a Hammerdin, you're usually building concentration and you're building your hammers, and yeah, you might not be able to spam them as much. But concentration is going to help out every physical damage character in the group. And the chance uninterruptible is going to help everybody out. Like, from a group standpoint, the concentration is far more useful than Holy Fire is.
Yeah, it just takes level 18 to get there. That's all I'm saying. Then I'm useless till then, because I can only put points into Blessed Aim at level 12, I think. Because that would be my first, like, actual benefit to the group. I guess I could... no, I wouldn't really want to put any points into combat skills, really, except for, like, my center, like my resistance. Yeah, I guess I could do the 1 point into might. I don't know. That's like the only like plus I would be on the team unless I like chose some other form. That's why I said it was so much harder, because like basically until level 18 you're not even getting either your aura you need or the skill. And like you said, yeah, they cost a lot to use at that level. Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely harder to level a Hammerdin back then, I'll say. Like, the Holy Fire to Hammerdin, I see why people do it, you know?
I can't remember leveling up a whole Hammerdin. This wasn't classic.
Like, I don't even use respecs. Like, the only time I use respecs is when I do stuff like that. Like, that's the only time, usually.
I remember in classic I leveled up one as a pure Hammerdin. I can't remember what the hell I did. I'm pretty sure I just bonked things until I was high enough to get concentration, and then I kept bonking things until I was high enough to get
good at items and stuff. You're good to go till you hit 18, but you're not really I don't even know what you would put your points into until then as a Hammerdin, to be honest. I think you would just start off with putting your points into, like, you know, smite and all the different stuff that you need to get.
Yeah, you're basically just planning out your character at that point. 1 point wonders, I mean, like, obviously you're going to put your points into everything leading up to those skills, everything leading up to concentration, so you're probably going to use might, you're going to use concentration once you get it, you'll probably use, you know, like a melee skill of some kind. I can't remember, you don't think you need... What do you get? Holy, it's holy...
Vigor, Blessed Aim, and then Concentration and the Hammer.
Well, I was talking about leading up to the hammers. You got your Holy Bolt.
Yeah, you don't have much. I mean, you could put a few points into Holy Bolt, but that's not going to help the Hammerdin ultimately in the end. But, I mean, yeah, if I'm always going to be playing with a full group, yeah, I would do things a little differently.
Not here. Not here. Not here. Not in town.
But yeah, basically, I just, like, the ideal paladin is, like, barely anything into combat. Like, all my points are into the buffs of it. Like, I got just Hammer, Blessed Hammer, and then Holy Shield, really, after that, after I level everything else. But yeah, the uninterrupted is, like, beautiful. As soon as you hit 18, yeah, I would respec back into hammers, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't really use the respecs. Like, even on my main Javazon, I still have 2 left. I just haven't done it. Yeah.
I'm not a respec guy.
The only time I respec is when I got my very first Annie and my very first torch, and I have a better torch than Annie now, so technically I could respec and get, like, 10 more life, you know, but, you know, it ain't worth it to me.
97, that was the first time I respec.
Yeah, like I said, when I got my first torch in the Annie is when I respect, and then I haven't since, pretty much. Yeah, I haven't since. Yeah, no, actually I should, because I did get the, dude, I should respect, to be honest. I'll probably do that soon.
Stupid decrepify. I don't know. I just come from that time period in Classic where you didn't have a choice. Like there was no choice to build your character as a Holy Fire Paladin. And that's what I'm saying is I'm pretty sure that the time that I did actually build a Hammerdin back then was in Classic, and I had to play it as a Hammerdin from the beginning because otherwise, you know, that was it. Like you couldn't just like spam points into stuff that you didn't need.
Oh yeah, and back then too, you'd never get anywhere close to 10k hammers like I got now, just because there was no skill items. Like that's another hard part about the Necro is like, I was like, oh crap, I forgot out about all my one-hit wonders and my curses. Like I might have to put like a couple points into this curse just to get my radius more than freaking 2 points or 3 or 4.5, I think is what it is.
The Bluster skills kind of went insane with Diablo 2 LOD. They also, however, kind of like limited the Bluster skills so you couldn't go higher than a certain amount. Like that was when they realized that like it wasn't a good idea to have like skills that infinitely scaled. Like
when certain characters have this, I don't know.
Well, they would infinitely scale. So certain skills infinitely scaled to the moon. Like skeletons and skeleton mages and charged bolt and like all sorts of things like that.
Which is editor, you could make a necromancer have as many skellies as you could possibly make him have.
Yeah, and so what they did was there was this big patch. I can't remember which patch it was. They kind of like went over and fixed a lot of the scaling of the skills. Some of it was for the better. Like Zeal got fixed so that the scaling on Zeal no longer added additional hits forever. So that you weren't just simply like, you know, going off into the moon as far as like the number of hits. Like there was a certain point.
I do remember when it had more than 5, and I don't remember why.
You keep attacking until it dies.
Yeah, that makes sense now. Yeah, you keep.
Yeah, if you capped out Zeal back in the day, you would have like 30 hits. Like your character would literally just sit there.
Oh my gosh, I die from 5 hits sometimes.
And let me just say that like, cause like if I actually like counted them out like on stream right now, you would understand just how ridiculous it is. Like imagine you're a regular, you know, a pretty fast paladin, and maybe you're hitting things like this. So you got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But imagine you dumped all your points into Zeal because you wanted to get the attack rating. Now you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, 36. Like that's how long you had to wait there for one click of a button. And oftentimes you would die before you finished the 35 hits. Like you'd be like, "Come on, I gotta get. Come on, there's like I think amp damage to me. Come on, they threw a thorns up. What is going on?" Your health is going like this. You're like hoping your lifesteal is enough to let you survive.
And guess what? It's not.
Sometimes it would. So if you stacked enough lifesteal. God, back in Classic, man, a P skull in your weapon. Like, that was, like, the thing. Everybody had a freaking P skull in their weapons.
Yep.
Because you needed the lifesteal, and you needed the mana steal, and there really wasn't a lot going around, and if you wanted to use a very specific weapon for whatever reason, like, you needed life and mana steal, and life and mana steal, and life and mana steal. Like, that was it. Like, you were constantly trying to get more life and mana steal as a melee. I mean, some things about Classic were definitely broken. Like, Bend and Impale were absolutely useless. Like, they never worked properly. Another very interesting Classic bug that was in the game from a long time ago was the dodge avoid bug that would get you killed.
Oh, yeah.
So Diablo has his little like lightning inferno, whatever, you know, and what would happen is you can dodge the Lightning Inferno. However, the Lightning Inferno is technically a missile attack, and every single time he fires it, it shoots out, like 10 or 20 missiles. And so as it would come in and hit you, you would have 10 or 20 missile attacks hit you, like relatively fast-paced. And the delay in between the dodges and the voids and the evade would cause a situation where your Amazon would get stuck in an infinite loop of dodging and avoiding and evading, and you couldn't do anything while you were stuck in this loop, and it would eventually just kill you. Like, there was nothing you could do about it because you were stuck in a loop. So you would just stand there as Diablo slowly, like, murdered you with his with his frickin' Inferno blast, and it happened to me a couple times.
Remember the infinite magic missile?
Yeah, the piercing.
Where it would just
Well, it was 6, so you could pierce somebody 6 times back and forth, and you could fire as many of them as you wanted, and you would have like 100 of them around a target, all like going tink, 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 and then like literally if you had like 100 of them, like, and you had like a max block paladin, he would get stuck in a loop and he couldn't move. He would just stand there going like. Like, it was hilarious. Like, the paladin couldn't do anything, but you couldn't do any. You couldn't kill him either, because with max block and like a decent amount of resistances and whatnot, like, it was pretty much impossible to kill him.
It's like when you play Elden Ring, like PvP. There's still like stuff that's a bit broken where you can see just broken stuff like that. I miss that, because like when you figured it out, or like somebody like. Because a lot of that stuff you can figure out pretty easily, and then like you start putting on the correct items.
Well, you remember the shield,
like, okay,
the shield reflect was broken for a long time. You didn't need the stats to make the shield reflect work. All you needed to do was just have a decent shield that was upgraded, and when you would block a magical attack with the shield reflect, and then send it back, and it did like massive amounts of damage in return. I used it a couple times to cheese some of the more difficult bosses. Like, you would just wait for them to launch a magic attack at you, and then just throw the magic back at them. And even without decent stats, like, it would still hit really hard. Because it was based off of the shield damage, not off of the spell damage.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever used that to actually kill anything.
To be honest. No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
No.
I used it a couple times to kill bosses. Like, it was pretty insane.
I've killed bosses with like Iron Maiden and stuff before with like my Necro, but that's about it.
I'm talking about Elden Ring.
Oh, snap. Oh, Elden Ring, sorry. No.
Because you had mentioned Elden Ring.
I've never really messed with shields too much. There is a crazy shield build that people are using right now that block like everything.
So this isn't a shield build. So there's a spell in the game that when you block an attack successfully, it causes 3 I want to say they're like return orbs or something. It basically just gives you like a powerful spell that floats around your character. And then the next time you attack, it shoots those spells. It shoots those spells at the target the next time that you attack. Well,
I think that's fixed now.
Yeah. Well, it was bugged in the beginning of the game. It was based off of the shield damage, not off of like
I remember that.
your like intelligence or whatever the stat was specifically for that.
So you didn't need to buff it. Yeah.
No, you didn't need to buff it at all. All you needed was a really nice high damage shield, and then you just used it, and it ripped targets to pieces.
Yeah, I remember that. I used that to beat Melania, I think. The one crazy sword chick.
Also in Diablo 2 back in the day, there was a bug that had been in the game for a really long time. It was the Rune bug. So like when they first released Diablo 2 LOD, the Rune, when put in a weapon, would like completely negate all defense from a player. So like in PvP, when you went to go fight them, it was like guaranteed no defense. And so everybody and their mom like would put an Rune in their weapon for PvP, because it basically made it so that defense was like not even a part of the formula. I can't remember when they eventually fixed that, but when they did, nobody put Runes in their weapons anymore for PvP.
Did that also work on the Storm Shield? If you put that in a Storm Shield, it would No, not storm shield, but a shield. Wouldn't it do the same thing? Like the defense part was bugged too, I think.
I can't
Oh,
remember.
no. Hang on. You said F rune, right? That's the one that gives 7 bonus, I think.
No, F
off
is the one
top.
that gives negative 25% target defense.
Oh, I'm thinking Eld.
Eld is the one that has the bonus block chance.
Yeah, block chance. Never mind. I thought that was what you were talking about.
No, and F
for a
in a
second.
weapon just immediately would strip all defense
I
from
feel
a
like there was
PvP
something
target.
bugged with a shield too. Could be wrong.
This is the
I
new
just don't
Chinchilla
remember.
Joy. This is Dusty Buns. He's being a good boy, even though he tinkled on me. But I changed my shirt. I'm good. He'll probably tinkle on me again. It's gonna take him a while before he gets used to outdoors like behavior. Although to be honest with you, he's doing really well. Like he's, as far as like a baby chinchilla goes, he is definitely like on the fast track to being the gaming buddy.
Uh-oh. You're making him even more jealous now.
Mr. Nimoy,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm trying to
slow
get
down.
them.
Come on now, you got headphones.
I'm trying to get them to be
How loud you're
friends.
talking.
I'm trying to get them to be friends.
That sounded like a threat.
I mean, they literally like.
be friends.
A little short you did where it was like, I think he's jealous, and I was like, what is this? And then at the end, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. He's not happy.
He's definitely jealous. What do you think?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look at the little Bobby. Then it's like jealousy.
'Cause at first I was like, did he get a new chinchilla? Like, yeah, I think he did. Is that the new one? Because it's hard to tell, you know, from the video, to me at least.
Well, they're the same. They're the same color, so it is a little bit difficult.
Yeah,
but
it is a bit difficult.
the baby does have much softer fur.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
More fluffy, tail smaller.
yeah, it's a little differently shaped head. Like there's definitely some differences in the way that they look. If you see them side by side, it might be more apparent. But unfortunately, they don't want to be side by side because they fight each other.
That's like when you get a new cat and the big cat is just like on top of the fridge or someplace that the little cat can never ever get, and it knows it. And it's like, I have to just watch you for days.
When I went to go pick him up, they apparently that's the reason why they were letting him go. Basically, was that the cat was apparently very 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 interested in the chinchilla, and I went to go get him, and I'm leaning down to the cage, and I
And the
open the
cat gave you
door,
money when you
and
left.
I open the door, and out of nowhere the cat pops out and has literally got his head in the chinchilla cage before I can even know that he's there, like a ninja.
He's like, this guy's new, he doesn't know my tactics. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, cats are very jealous as well. I could imagine what that little guy's probably like. Just that video just makes it funny.
Well, he's just being a little cute little Chinchilla. Nemo's being jealous as shit. Well, let's be honest. Wow, terrible circlet. What time zones am I? Oh. That guy actually did end up coming through with the deal that I got. He finally did accept the offer, and I ended up with this 283. And then on top of that, I didn't understand, I guess, when I offered him the Sir Rune for it, I thought it was just an F Flesh Ripper. And it wasn't just an F Flesh Ripper. He had already socketed it and zodded it. So it was already socketed and zodded, so I just put it on. I wasn't gonna go through the process of grabbing a Zod rune, and then wasting a socket recipe. And I mean, if you want the other one back, Joy, I'll give it back to you. The interesting thing is though, is he recognized me. He said, "Are you Ginger Gaming Mentor on YouTube?" And he's like, "Oh man, I love your videos." And he asked me for a signed dagger, right? So he hands me an F-Zotted Flesh Ripper after we complete our trade. He hands me an F-Zotted Flesh Ripper that's 299% ED. 1% off perfect that he has already socketed and Zotted. And I signed it with Double Sting's name. I put the the personalization quest on it for him. So now he has a personalized F-Zotted 299% Flesh Ripper, which is pretty cool. I mean, that's about as good as they get. 1% off perfect. I mean, that damage output on that thing is pretty sweet. So why Flesh Ripper over Grief? Number one, because Flesh Rippers have a shorter distance, which means that you can focus the damage better. Grief is definitely good for like a Whirlwind or a double swing Barbarian, but I really enjoy using the smaller range weapons with Whirlwind and Double Sting because I want to get in there and I want to just like annihilate things. On top of that, we also have the negative 50% targets defense on the Flesh Rippers, which means I can build a lot lower attack rating and still hit the targets. The ITD on Griefs is nice, but it doesn't do anything versus bosses, champions, elites, like pretty much anything that actually matters, whereas the negative 50% targets defense does. Also, Grief doesn't have any crushing blow, it doesn't have any open wounds. It's like nothing in terms of like the speed effects that I wanted. So instead of going for like raw damage, I'm going for like the negative 50% targets defense, the 25% crushing blow, the 33% deadly strike, the 50% open wounds, the prevent monster heal, the slowest target. And all together, I think I'm sitting at 75% CB, 60% open wounds, and 63% deadly strike with the 30% on my mastery. So I'm basically at 100% DS, 75% crushing blow, and way too much open wounds, to be honest with you. I'm at 60% open wounds. I could probably dial that back a little bit and still be fine. Question about the deadly strike. Does each hit generate 66%? No, the deadly strike, the crushing blow, and the open wounds only apply to that specific weapon. So I also have G-Face on, which is giving me crushing blow, and then I have Gore Riders on, which is giving me crushing blow, open wounds, deadly strike. So like the combination of everything together is giving me everything that I have. The DS from both don't stack together now. So it's 33%, 48%. 50, 60 some odd percent. So each weapon has about 63% DS. The 33% from the other weapon doesn't apply to the other weapon. Otherwise, it would be at 100 some odd percent. I was thinking about High Lords, but I don't need the extra DS. With combined the Blade Mastery's 31% crit strike, I should be like very close to 100% DS anyway, so I'm already hitting like 100% with those two. The extra DS from High Lords isn't really going to push me over the top or anything. Critical Strike and Deadly Strike do stack, but not directly, so they don't add together cumulatively. So you don't take the DS and the crit strike and just go, okay, well 66% crit strike plus 33% DS equals 100%. It doesn't work that way. What you do is you take the DS and the crit strike and you roll them separately, and then you add up the total percent chance of failure, basically, or the total percent chance of success. So what you do is you, like, if you have 50% DS and 50% crit, what you do is you take your 50% crit and you roll it first, and then you take your 50% DS and you roll that second, and only one of them can succeed, which means you have essentially a 75% chance of success. Right now I have a 63% chance for DS and a 31% chance of crit. So the crit is going to roll first at 31%, and then if it fails, the DS is going to roll second at 63%, and there's a very good chance that one of them will succeed, a lot higher than 63%. I'm probably sitting somewhere around like 80 or 85% like crit chance between the two, which is honestly more than enough. Well, I mean, like I said, I just gave you an example of a formula. I don't know the example of my specific one, but 50% plus 50% equals 75% chance of success. It's basically that's the way that DS and crit interact. Now, mine is a little bit more complicated if somebody wants to run the math on mine and figure out exactly what it is, because mine is 31% and 63%. So whatever 31 plus 63 ends me up at. Yes, you cannot roll both, but both do roll, and as long as one succeeds, you're golden. So, like, they're both technically the same thing, and they roll separately, which is why you end up with better odds when you have both of them versus not one or the other. No, it does work out to 75%. I've ran the calculations for at least the 50-50. I haven't run the calculations for some of the more obscure numbers like 3163, but that's how statistics works. If you have a 50% chance and a 50% chance, the chance of success then becomes 75% chance of success. And both can fail. I mean, that is the thing. Both can fail. But the chances of both failing is pretty slim.
Diablo's invaded. Oh, snap.
Guess we get to fight him on Infector of Souls.
Yep. Hopefully, well, I have an Annie on me, so good luck to whoever gets this. Infector of Souls.
My Annie's a little insane.
Oh, Infector's already spawned. Wait,
I just spawned him.
Oh, okay.
I almost got a perfect one.
This is a pub game, so it's probably going to swoop up to whoever needs it.
Whoever doesn't have one is grabbing it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, they got it. Good for you. Good for you. Yep, he just left too.
Stun skill is not GGM approved. Don't let them fool you.
Did you just leave too? Yeah.
So silly.
Yeah, I don't think he. Wait, did we?
Yeah, I don't think Diablo can spawn now.
Really?
Yeah. I think when Uber Diablo spawns in the game, it kills Diablo's spawn. Unless we missed a seal, which I don't think we did.
We just got the two down there. There's only one up there. I know we hit it. And then did we get these ones? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yep.
Holy crap.
Next.
Lame.
No Babablo for us.
We got a 2016-10.
No Babablo.
Oh, you got it?
No,
you're in a different
I left
game.
real quick
Got your own.
just because I wanted some coffee and get some Annie. Probably gonna use it honestly.
Yeah, Declone gives EXP. He's really high level too. Unfortunately, with my low level, he probably gave me less EXP than Diablo, but that's my fault, not his.
Declone feels reassured that it is not his fault.
Lose 5 action points.
I was actually pretty impressed with how fast this guy killed Declone. I mean, I guess I shouldn't really have been, since he has 75 CB and like pretty much 100% DS and tons of open wounds, and he attacks pretty quick. Like, he's honestly, he probably is made for it, but like, he killed him really fast, and he was only level 71 the first time I killed him. I was like, wow, he kind of just like demolished that boy. I guess that really is just honestly a testament to the Flesh Rippers, I think, more so than the character that I built. Flesh Rippers are just kind of insane. I really think it's the negative 50% targets defense on the Flesh Rippers that really makes them kind of, like, just ludicrous. Especially in terms of bosses.
They're questionable on my my Kixen build. I'm using Death and...
you don't burn durability, do you?
Nah.
What if you
That's
threw an
why,
Eth Rune in it and brought it to 75%?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're questionable on whether or not I want to spend some money on or runes on them or whatever, you know, because it's I don't know.
Well, like, if you had
my death and I like my death on one hand and Rift on the other for like PvE because it's just fun and it works pretty well.
Well,
Even
you'd have to think
build.
about like attack rating though, like, right? So if you had a negative 75% enemy defense, you wouldn't need good attack rating though. That's what I'm saying. Like with negative 75% enemy defense, like you could potentially focus more heavily into CB, Deadly Strike, you know, whatever other modifiers that you specifically want. I accidentally made 32 instead of 31. Hold on. I'll just remake. So, like, just in general, like, your attack rating wouldn't be a big issue at that point. So you could focus your equipment, like, in other ways, the way your character would be built.
True. I built her initially as a PvE, like, Rift Zen, but I just pretty much switched my weapon to Death, and she can do Ubers pretty well.
Yeah, Death is pretty OP. Doesn't weapon speed affect your kicks, though?
Slightly, which really doesn't matter because I have it in a... well, this one isn't a dimensional blade. It was given to me by S2 at one point in time, but it still, like, did the job pretty well. Like, I've soloed it before, and it works. It's just... Lilith is a bit tough. Other than that, it's... Isn't that funny that Lilith is the hardest point of all of that? Like, it seems like that's a reoccurring issue. She just has so many ads that are tough, I guess. And they all spam, like, curses and all these other debuffs.
Yeah.
I can't carry anymore.
I just switched to Death on the boss kills, and it works pretty well. Although Diablo sometimes... Okay, never mind. That worked perfect.
thought DS didn't work very good on kicks.
Wait, DS?
I can't remember. Or am I thinking of Smite? Smite DS doesn't work with Smite. I know that.
No, normally I don't hit very often, but it's based on level and what you call it, attack rating. Which I have plenty of attack rating, which is the problem I think, because I think I have way too much like. Well, not really. Honestly, my character is pretty low. I got 135 into Dex and then 320 into Bite, and then I got a little bit into Strength, 70, and then I even got 25 into Energy. But it works pretty well. The only enemies I can't hit very well are Diablo, Bale, and some of the Uber stuff, because they're just higher level than me.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the higher level monsters, the only way you're going to fix that is to just simply level up.
Get to 99.
The higher level you are, the less that penalty is going to affect you.
Yeah, because sometimes I'll kick Diablo and I'll miss like 5, but that time I hit all 5 somehow. I don't know why.
I was trying to solo Bale earlier, and like, because Bale's, obviously one of the highest level monsters in the game, and I'm sitting there just whiffing, just like whiff,
just constantly X's on the screen.
And I'm just like, I mean, yeah, he's dying and it's slow, and when I do get a hit, it's obvious that like I'm dishing out damage, but like you can literally just see X. It's just tons and tons of whiffs, and it doesn't really, it's not really my fault. I'm level 70. I was level 76 or something like that. Like I'm sitting there trying to kill Bale at level 76, and of course the penalty is just severe. And,
it's just the game's making you go to other areas is what the game's trying to do.
My thing is though is that negative defense like seems to have like a much stronger impact on your chance to hit than anything else. And I kind of found this out with the paladin, so the conviction paladin. When I ran my vengeance paladin, I never had trouble hitting anything. Like I was always able to hit everything really reliably. Except for the monsters that would cancel out my conviction. So when I came across like a conviction monster, my conviction and his conviction would cancel each other's out, and then all of a sudden I had trouble hitting anything. Or when I was trying to fight Uber Mephisto, who also has conviction, like my conviction would get canceled out, and all of a sudden I had a lot of trouble hitting anything. And like it's just really powerful. That's why earlier when somebody asked me like, which one should they get for their Necromancer, like Infinity or Pride? And I'm like, well, if you have a choice, I'm pretty sure Infinity is the higher damage output over Pride because of that negative defense. Because it basically makes it
the physical skellies.
Yeah, it makes it so that all of your skeletons and all of your revives that have an attack rating to try and hit a monster, like they're going to be hitting the monster like basically 99% of the time, or 95% of the time. Because that negative defense is going to be such a huge...
Plus the merc you're using is probably the might merc, if you're like truly trying to min-max,
Well, and I also pointed out the fact that, like Pride essentially nerfs your mercenary. Like he's useless once you put Pride on him, because his damage output goes to nothing.
The damage, yeah.
Yeah, and so like the difference between that also, between Infinity and Pride, is that, Infinity actually... your mercenary is still useful. Like he's a crushing blow monster at that point. He's got 40% CB. He's got the frickin' the chain lightning that comes out of that. The negative lightning res. Enemy res.
His alone is strong with him using it because of the negative.
So you don't end up with a gimped mercenary with Infinity like you do with Pride. Although concentration is nice, it's just I don't think Pride itself is really the best weapon.
Pride in the bow, I think, is a better option. Just because the bow, you're not like trying to get that DPS out of it,
Night side.
It'd be nice if they could. I don't know.
Making a whirlwind barbarian. Where should I put the rest of my points to concentrate? Maybe a good idea. I mean, to kill physical immunes, a lot of barbarians will just simply go with Berserk. Berserk and Concentrate are kind of tied together. So if you do build Berserk, you end up building Concentrate, and if you do build Concentrate, you end up building Berserk. So it's kind of like a it's kind of like a catch-22. You end up with both, because the synergy for Concentrate is battle orders, and the synergy for Berserk is battle orders, and I believe Berserk and Concentrate are synergies for each other. Yes, Concentrate has a Berserk synergy. So, like, if you were to build Berserk, you would end up with a halfway decent Concentrate anyway. They're kind of tied together, and it's one of the benefits of having Concentrate is that, like, you're gonna be kind of like in the land of both. You better get away from my headset, little boy. I don't want you chewing on my headset. I don't want to have to buy a new one, sir. I do have a video coming out for Concentrate soon, Nightside. I think it's in the next couple days. I don't know. I don't remember when I scheduled it exactly. I think tomorrow's video is Frenzy, and I think the video after that is... I don't even know. I don't know.
Not here.
Not sure what order they're in. I can always check real quick. You guys are watching. Least I can do is pull up my panel here and see when I scheduled them. So yes, Frenzy is tomorrow. Stun is the day after tomorrow. And Concentrate is the day after that, on the 13th. And then I start rolling into the Necromancer. I did Poison Dagger, Poison Explosion, and Poison Nova. Those are coming up after that. I just posted the Whirlwind skill video today, Thomas. Tried to be as thorough as I could. It's a little bit of a long video, but hopefully when you watch it, you'll get a better idea of how Whirlwind works. The only thing I didn't really go over was like the advanced stuff, like the breakpoints. And apparently there's a bug with two-handed weapons where they can't hit the highest breakpoint. I did not cover like a lot of the older bugs, because a lot of that stuff is gone, including the... there used to be a bug in Whirlwind where like you could Whirlwind in short bursts. They called it the Dance of Death. And like bigger, heavier weapons would get a free attack during this Dance of Death. Apparently the way that they've changed Whirlwind now, that no longer really provides a benefit, especially considering that dual wielding has the same benefit and gives you 2 hits, which is a little bit different now, because now basically dual wield is like almost always better in terms of damage output for Whirlwind over two-handeds, because you basically get a bunch of free attacks right there at the beginning. I didn't really cover dual wield being better, but I did cover faster weapons being better, and in general, faster weapons is usually going to mean one-handed. Whirlwind is complicated, and honestly, I dreaded doing the skill video on Whirlwind because I knew I was going to leave something out, and I did leave something out. It's just too much stuff to go over all at once. Thankfully, if you check the comments, though, there are some very nice people that have kind of helped fill in the gaps on little things that I've missed. I even specifically said at the end, I'm like, hey, if there's anything I missed, you know, make sure that you guys put it down in the comments, because I know I'm not perfect on this. Barbarian is by far, I think, one of my worst classes, which is, I think, one of the reasons why I'm playing one right now, is because I'm trying to, you know, like, make sure that I'm learning about them as I'm going. Nobody's perfect, you know. A +2 war cries, Dujank. I need some war cries sticks. I totally forgot about that. I need to get into a habit of popping the war cries too. Gotta do the whoop, whoop, whoop. Gotta do the whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yo, 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 yo. Oh, dang, Thomas. $20. Holy Jesus. I like monies. Oh, you're no problem. If you have any questions, man, feel free to ask. I'll try my best to answer them. Hopefully I explained everything pretty well, I'm not succinctly. I'm not even going to pretend it was succinct. I think it's like a 27-minute video. But hopefully I explained everything so that you you can get your hands on Whirlwind and realize what it does more interestingly. It's probably a good thing that I didn't make the Whirlwind video earlier because they really fundamentally changed the way that Whirlwind works. In the old days, there were all these like broken weapon bugs, and like you could follow somebody forever with a skill, and like having like one weapon in one hand and one weapon in the other, and like taking them off and putting them on in a certain order would change the way that the ability worked, and like all of it was a big giant headache for me, and I just really didn't enjoy it. And so I'm kind of glad that they did change it, because a lot of those stupid little like crappy like bugs and weapon order glitches and other stuff have kind of been fixed and made it a little more interesting, a little more passable for your average person. Just exclamation point and whatever the rune word is, no spaces. If it's a particularly long rune word, I usually abbreviate it. So like Breath of the Dying is BOTD instead of having to type out the entire thing. Hoto instead of Heart of the Oak. But for the most part, they're pretty straightforward. The bot also works on Discord, by the way. Oh, you're playing the Whirlwind Assassin. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting one. So the reason why Whirlwind Assassin is so much fun is because claws are so fast. So you can really hit those max breakpoints on Whirlwind like really easily. And then what you want to do is like a Whirlwind Assassin is you also want to grab the Blade Shield ability, so that you can essentially be damaging the targets as you're whirlwinding through them. Because Blade Shield, of course, hits anything that you're next to. And it adds another layer of damage on top of your Whirlwind. And then you can also stack on things like Venom, which will definitely come in handy for dishing out more damage in that regard. Man, I can't remember exactly what else. I mean, hitting the max breakpoint for the IAS on Whirlwind is definitely going to be important for you. But honestly, I think like your Blade Shield is definitely going to be even cooler. I mean, he definitely responded, Joy, unless you blocked him.
Not here. Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
Dude, the way the freaking Barbarian holds daggers, though, is just hilarious. You did the first Hell Countess and you died? Oh, you trying to make yourself a smoke? If you're online, I'll just give you a smoke, man. I don't really care. I can give you... I got a bunch of lumberins laying around, I'm pretty sure. What's mine up to now? 85%? Not bad. Yeah, I mean, basically, you're going to be hitting targets really fast. You're going to be applying lots of damage because obviously you're using very fast claws, and I'm not really sure about like the whole like dual wield claw situation with chaos whirlwinding on assassins. I can't remember if there's like some special things with that, but how do you unlock Nightbot? Nightbot is open to everybody, as far as I know. There's no way to unlock him. You just type exclamation point in the specific thing, and it automatically works. He loves to spam stuff on screen. I mean, you can see it on the stream if you look. All your guys' chat has been up there the entire time. Yeah, you probably blocked him. He was probably annoying you one day and you blocked him. Poor Nightbot, what did he do to you? Poor Nightbot. I can't believe you treated him so wrong. What did he ever actually do to you, Joy? What did he do? Did he hurt your feelings? Did he hurt your feelings? I can't believe how calm and chill freaking Dusty Bones is being. He's definitely a chillax chinchilla. For sure. Oh, thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Freaking Thomas over here with the $20 donation though. Thomas Sims. Did you ever play The Sims, Thomas? Your name has reminded me, because that's how my brain works. Because I'm hopped up on ADHD. You guys ever have that happen? Like, that's something I guess that mainly only happens to like people who have like attention deficit disorder. But like, you'll be saying something, and you'll say something, and when you say it, we won't hear what you're saying because you used a trigger word which was like in a song. Like, we'll immediately start singing the song. Like, you'll be like, stop, and then all of a sudden inside my head, literally, you did it. It wasn't my fault. You did it. You literally triggered the song, and all of a sudden the song inside my head's like, stop, collaborate and listen. Ice is back with the brand new edition. And you're trying to talk to me, and I'm not listening because I literally hear the song in my head. Like, it's literally playing in my head because you said like a word that was in the song in the right tone and the right like and in the right like manner. And now all of a sudden I'm singing the song. Like, thank you. All right. Like, way to go.
Ninja, rap, ninja, rap.
Wasn't somebody the other day was like, they were like, come in, Haley. And I was like, nowadays everybody got something to say, but when they open their mouth, ain't nothing come out but gibberish. Nowadays everybody got something to say, but when they open their mouth, they act like they forgot about Dre. It's terrible. It's a terrible burden to have.
He was on the Ninja Turtles movie when
What?
he did the rap at the end. Vanilla Ice at the end of the Ninja Turtles 2, the one where like the wolf and the big snapping turtle became like the enemies. I forget the name of it. It was like the second one, I think. But Vanilla Ice was like on the stage and like he made up a Ninja Turtle rap like on the spot. It looked like, but it was really probably not on the spot. But it was Vanilla Ice Ninja Turtle rap. You don't remember that?
And can't say I do.
What? Oh my god. Yeah. Hang on.
I mean, I can't play it on stream or anything, so.
Nah, you can't, but you gotta see it though. In your off time, bro.
Where you going? Stay here, little Bobo. Little baby, baby, booby, baby. This is his first stream. I'm very proud of him. He's doing very well. Honestly, he's probably just taking a nap. Chinchillas are cool like that. They're just like, alright, I'll cuddle up right here. It's gonna take me a little snooze. Don't worry about me. Would you like to snuggle up in here, or you want to stay out there? You want to go in? You want to go in, or you want to stay out? Which one? So I don't know what you want from me. Can't use any corpses. Who's got a nature's piece on? Uh-oh. Mr. Chinchilla. No, sir. No. We don't go over there. There's too many stuffs for you to chew on and get lost in. You'll stay over here with me. Yes, double sting is double daggers. Ethzotted rippers, flesh rippers. The beauties. I mean, the damage output's pretty nice. I mean, I'm sitting on, what is it, like 3.5k at an attack? Like, and then double strike, and then all the other bull crap that comes into play. Throw on my plus to skill equipment. Got like 3.5, well, 3.6, and then I got like the 350% demon damage from the laying of hands, which doesn't show on the character screen. 75% crushing blow, like 60% open wounds, which means that like everything is usually bleeding, which is always nice. It's nice that everything bleeds. It's very important that everything is nice and bleedy. The slow 20% does not stack because it's on the weapon. So because it's on the weapon, it is per hit instead of like cumulative. It would have to be on a non-weapon source to stack. Your name is I'm a Dookie? Oh no. I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Dusty Buns, did you hear that? He's a Dookie. You make a Dookie? Who makes a Dookie? No, come here. I like to whirlwind back to the Oblivion Knights and murder them while they're thinking that they're invincible. Whirlwind, of course, is an amazing movement ability. You just use it to get in, you know, wherever you want to get in and just start wailing away. Honestly, like, it's kind of the same thing as like a paladin in charge. Like, if you're a paladin, you're going to use charge a lot because you're going to want to charge around the map for speed. right? It's not necessarily your main ability or anything, but like you use it as your movement ability, and like for the Whirlwind Barbarian, it's the same thing. You use Whirlwind as your movement ability. You don't even necessarily have to actually have any like real points in it or investment. You just use it to get from point A to point B, and it works a hell of a lot better than walking. I'm not really focusing on Whirlwind. That's the thing. So I'm using Whirlwind as a movement ability. I was just talking about that, and all I'm doing is moving to the target and then immediately using double swing. So as soon as I'm at the target that I want, then I'm switching back to double swing. I do have Frenzy, and I could build some stacks, but I'm not really interested in it. It's really slow. I don't really have the attack speed to take advantage of Frenzy. I know that sounds silly because Frenzy has attack speed bonus on it, but it's like it's nowhere near good enough. Like speed-wise, if I switch between Frenzy and double swing, you'll notice a huge difference in my my speed output from Frenzy to double swing. I had partially considered maybe like respecking and dumping points into Whirlwind just so that I have like a higher level Whirlwind, but I'm not really sure I need to. Like the amount of damage that I get isn't really that great, and the even the attack rating bonus that I get from Whirlwind isn't really even that great. Like and then there's also the negative aspect of increasing Whirlwind's level, which is the mana cost. Like, the mana cost is going to go through the roof if I increase the level of the skill. So, I think I'm probably just going to just be, you know, sufficient, just patient with the lower level Whirlwind and just let it be. The other thing here is that Whirlwind's high mana cost is a pain in the butt, and double swing doesn't have a mana cost. So, like, whenever I run out of mana, I don't have to drink a potion. All I have to do is just start using double swing, and I'm pretty golden. I probably need to find myself a really nice dual leech ring, although I don't necessarily need the mana steal. It would be nice to have a little bit of mana steal to add into the equation. I don't think I have any mana steal right now, because double swing costs nothing, which is why double swing is so freaking amazing. Meanwhile, Frenzy costs 6 mana per swing, or per use. 3 mana per swing, 6 mana per use. Dang it. Dang it. He could be dead before I get there. I knew it. Mr. Dusty Buns, how you doing, huh? You want some more scratches? I can get as many as you want, please. You look at you like Steve. So I get you all the scratches that you want to eat. That's what I want. I can get the scratches. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Give me the scratches and oh, yeah. Give me the scratches and oh, yeah. Oh yeah, Smiter can use Flesh Ripper too. It's a pretty cheap weapon that you can throw in that slot. Honestly, a very good one. Put a Shale Rune in it. It's actually extraordinarily fast. It's a negative 20 base, and then with the Shale Rune, you're really fast. And then it also has the Crushing Blow, the Open Wounds, the Prevent Monster Heal, and the Slows Target. DS doesn't work on Smite. It doesn't have to be F. It doesn't matter about the percentage of the damage increase, because none of that transfers over to Smite anyway. The only downside is, of course, it's not indestructible. Mr. Dusty Bones. Come over here, Oblivion Knight. No. Come over here. We ain't got time. I mean, we're talking about a budget item. Flesh Ripper is a budget smiter item. It's not going to be better than Grief now, but it does also have Crushing Blow and Open Wounds on it, which Grief does not. So if you don't have Crushing Blow and you don't have Open Wounds, Grief is not going to be the superior choice in those situations. It's one of those odd things where, like, Grief is for a smiter that's set up to smite. Like, if you're set up for smiting and you already have your Crushing Blow and your Open Wounds and everything taken care of, you don't care about that aspect of things. So the plus damage on the actual Grief works better. But, like, if you're trying to kill, like, a Uber Diablo or something and you don't have Crushing Blow and you don't have Open Wounds and you're using a Grief, you're going to have a kind of a painful time. But if you were, like, just like a 1-point smiter and you threw a Flesh Ripper on, it would be enough to pull you through. It would be a little slow, but it would pull you through. Astrion's is a better choice if you want the Crushing Blow and the Grief mechanic together. And it also has +4 combat skills. I use that on my pure smiter as well, and it works very well. My North Star smiter. Honestly, it's a test of your character, right? Like, if you want a character that can clear the Ubers, that's one of the things that you're going to have to test your character in. You're going to have to go in there and see if you can clear them. I mean, like, my North Star Smiter can clear the Ubers with absolute ease. He's kind of insane in that regard. Not only does he have a really easy time with the Ubers themselves, the Fist of the Heavens that he has can literally just, like, wipe the entire ads for him, so he doesn't even have to worry about the ads. His damage output is pretty insane. I think he killed Uber Diablo in about, like, it was like 8 seconds or something. I think I timed it. It was like an 8-second kill. Pretty damn good. But the real beauty of my North Star Smiter build is that he's not just a smiter. So, like, a lot of people build these smiters, and then the smiter honestly is kind of a garbage character for, like, the rest of the game. They don't really do very well. Like, they're fanaticism bots at that point. Like, when you play in a group, like, yeah, you can kill the occasional tough monster with relative ease, but, you know, you're essentially useless versus, like, the big giant swaths of monsters that are, like, constantly in front of you. And so the North Star Smiter represents, like, an actual smiter, like a real smiter who would actually, you know, like, join in with the rest of the characters. And not only does he join in with the rest of the characters, but he's extremely useful in the group. He has fanaticism, which is absolutely great for the group. He can clear density extremely well. He's also very, very good at killing bosses and tough monsters. So anytime you come across a monster that has, a significant amount of HP or, a large amount of resistances, he can just rip straight through them. Like bosses, he's got absolutely no trouble with. He's in general, he's gonna walk through the bosses like they're not even there. So you don't have to worry too much about any of that stuff when you have the North Star Smiter in your group, because he takes care of everything. And then the way that I built my North Star Smiter is he runs meditation, a double meditation regen prayer. So the entire group gets double regen and meditation, and I mean it's pretty broken. Not gonna lie. Whenever I play him, I always feel like I'm cheating somehow. Like he's just way too good for his own. It's just, I feel like I'm playing a cheated character, literally. He's the best of everything. Like it's hard for me to explain him without saying that. He's the best of everything. He's the best density clearer that you can possibly have, with the best single target damage that you could possibly have, and he is extremely useful in his group with a super high level of fanaticism, a super high level of meditation and prayer. I mean, you're talking about like just massive group potential, massive density clear potential, massive single target potential. He's good by himself. He's good in a group. He's good with friends. Like, take him to your parties, buy him a soda, Introduce him to your wife. Oh, I never did identify this totemic mask from earlier. 2 Volcano, 2 Shockwave, with nothing else really that great on it. 20% Bone Break. Oh, no. What's up, Isoballuri? How's it going? It's not a kitty. He's a chinchilla. Him's a Chinchilla. Say hello to the lady, I guess. Get out of there. Yeah, there you go. Come over here. Look at his little fluffy tail. It's a little fluffy tail. I'm playing with your tail. I'm playing with your tail. What you gonna do, bud? I'm playing with your tail. I'm gonna nibble on it. Take a go. Little Bobby, little kit, little kit. Baby chinchillas are called kits. He's a kit, not a cat. He's a kit. Now, if you put kit on top of a cat, then you got a kit cat. But that would be rude. They're both the cat and the kit. What is a chinchilla? A chinchilla is a very specific animal that comes from South America. It's lives way up in the Andes Mountains where it's real nice and cold in the desert. Yeah, I know. It doesn't make any sense. But like way up in the desert areas of a mountain, it's extremely cold in the desert. And they're crepuscular animals, so they live mainly during the twilight hours, so during sunset and sunrise. And then on top of that, they are rodents. They're mainly herbivores, but they also tend to imbibe in some insects. I've noticed that they eat insects. In fact, they seem to relish eating insects. They'll pick them out of the air sometimes and bite their head off in front of me, and well, I remember one time one of them grabbed a moth out of the air and just started chomping down on the moth, and the moth is like, his head's missing and he's just wiggling. The moth is just wiggling in his hand, and he's just Like he's eating a hot dog or something. I don't even know. They're social animals. They live in groups, so very similar to like cats or dogs. They live in like big giant groups. They have you know, like social interaction stuff. They like to preen each other, and you give him like, see, like he'll raise his head and he'll put his little arm up if you give him scratches. This is part of the social interaction that they have. Lets them know that they're part of the group, and see, he's enjoying it. He loves it, and if he likes me, he'll give me some nibbles back. Sometimes he does. He's already tried to give me a couple nibbles back. You gotta like hold your head like this, and be like. They got lots of cool little noises that they make. They're very vocal, but it's very quiet vocalizations. Like I'm assuming it's some sort of anti-predator thing. They don't want to be obviously heard, you know, by all the predators in the world. So the vocalizations they make are often very quiet. But when you literally have one sitting right next to your ear, you can hear everything in there. It's like they're yelling at you. They have this really cute thing they do. I call it the echo. It's a little sound that they make, and it seems to have no other purpose other than to say, where are you? And then the other chinchilla will respond, I'm here. Kind of like Marco Polo sort of thing, but like it doesn't really sound like that. It almost sounds like they're making an echo. Like one makes the noise and the other echoes it. And they'll often do this several times until they find the chinchilla that is echoing back at them. Or if there's no chinchilla nearby, they'll keep doing it until they give up, because they're listening for the echo back kind of thing. It's a rather interesting little thing. They've got a lot of other little calls that they do. They got like a warning call that lets all the other chinchillas know that something bad is nearby or they're scared or whatever. Sets the entire group on alarm. Oh, an all-res 15 Shimmering Grand Charm with 1 to 2 fire damage. Level 27. It's not that loud. I wouldn't. Birds are very loud creatures. I wouldn't even think that it's close to that level of loudness. Yeah, and all res 15 is cap. That's cap res. Battle gauntlets. Finally got this guy up to level 88. I mean, he's starting to get to a respectable level at this point. I'm proud. Finally has a decent amount of hit points. Looks like I'm running 2,880 hit points at this particular point. It's not bad. Being decrepified sucks. Stop decrepifying me. I don't like it. Superior Mighty Scepter. Wow, +2 Sanctuary, +2 Holy Shock, +2 Holy Freeze. That's a 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. 35k in the tank. 35k in the bank. 35. Ooh, that's a nice little shaft stop there. I wonder if it's F. I always wonder if it's S. Is it? Is it F? It always felt a little cheap to me that Whirlwind, like, literally runs, you know, spends the same amount of mana no matter what the distance you use in your attack. I don't know if you guys ever actually paid attention to that with Whirlwind, but it always, like, insulted me. I always felt insulted by it. Like, when I'm down here and I'm like, you know, I'm like whirlwinding, right? So this costs the same amount as this. I always felt like there should have been some like quid pro quo kind of like system where, you know, like maybe like the one that's really far away like this costs less mana than the one that's literally this. But there is no such thing. These two whirlwinds cost the same amount of mana. The one that goes 8 million feet away and the one that goes 2 inches literally costs the same mana.
Not here.
Oh, don't even get me started on Inferno. Inferno's terrible. That skill costs way too much mana. Doesn't even do very good damage, and it still costs ridiculous amounts of mana. It's like per second. Oh yeah, being able to position my character wherever I want him on the battlefield is extremely powerful. Although I could also do that with something like, you know, with Leap. But the thing about Leap is that I'm not dishing out damage while I'm positioning myself. And that's the only thing I'm really using Whirlwind for, is to position myself. So, like, when I want to hit that, you know, that caster in the back, I mean, you'll see me Whirlwind directly to the back and find that caster and light him up. Like, that's my goal. Or if I want to get the Lord, you know, Grand Visor of Chaos, I will just whirlwind right in the middle of the group and find him. I don't care. They're duping the Soches. There's absolutely no way they're not duping the Soches. Asa Balluri, like it's like we're talking about like the number of freaking declones that they've spawned over the past couple weeks has been like an insanely large number. Like they're duped. The Soches are duped. And I don't know how they're duping the Soches, but it's gotta be. Like, because there's no way that they're coming up with that many Soches. No freaking way. A couple other YouTubers have expressed the same skepticism that I'm talking about. Like, there's no way. Like, if any of you guys have ever actually tried to legitimately find a Soge on your own, you'll know what I'm talking about. They are not easy to come by. And while I certainly can agree that, like, donations, you know, donation-wise, like, if you know, if I just, like, said to all of you, you know, like, that are in stream right now, everybody give me your Soges, and we're going to do a declone, right? Like, I have, what, 42 people on YouTube. I got 14 up on Twitch right now. You know, out of, like, the, whatever, you know, like, 50, 60 of you that are online, I might get like 4 or 5 out of you, right? If you guys, you know, really thought I was serious. Well, if you did that over like a couple days, you could probably get a pretty large number of donations. Yeah. But how many declones would you get? 1, 2, 3? Certainly not the number that we've had in the past couple days. Like, there's absolutely no way that you would have the number of declones that we've had spawn in the past couple weeks, actually. These past couple weeks have been like bonkers. They've been spawning declones like every single like 10 minutes or like 15 minutes, it feels like some days. Like we've had like 10 or 12 declones spawn a day some days. Like it's nuts. And then you like add up all the Soges that it takes to spawn that many declones, and it comes out to thousands upon thousands of rings. We're talking about like 10,000 or maybe even 20,000 rings to spawn that many declones. And most of us will have trouble even finding one over like 1,000 Andy runs. I mean, it's one of those silly things that it's like, okay, well, yeah, I don't really believe that that's, you know, those are legitimate rings there. But the funny thing is, though, is that it doesn't have to be legitimate rings, because the entire purpose of the declone thing was to basically get rid of duped rings. So if they're duping rings specifically for the purpose of spawning declones, I mean, I hate to say this, and I'm not really the kind of person that encourages cheating in Diablo, but more power to them, because like that's what Diablo clone was designed for. It was designed to get rid of duped rings. So if they want to spend their duping effort into making duped Soges, then destroy them by spawning D clones, then go right ahead. D clone killed your barb. Secretly, we've now found out the exact reason why they've been spawning all the D clones. They're trying to kill all the noobs. They're like, every time they go to fight Rock and Ishu, D clone will be there. Every time they go to kill Eldritch the Rectifier, D clone will be there. Every time they go to kill Shank the Overseer, D clone will be there. Every time they're in the middle of a Bale wave and they think it's Colenso the Annihilator, D clone will be there. I had fun with it though. They spawned D-clone on my little 71 Barbarian. This guy, when he was level 71, he handled D-clone like a champ. I was pretty excited about it. Like at level 71 even, like he pretty much just ripped D-clone a new one. Didn't really have much issue whatsoever. I mean he wasn't even really like fully geared out, like kitted out or anything. He still handled them just fine.
Yeah, I don't know. It took me like 400 hours of playtime and I found my first SOJ.
I've still only found one the entire time I've been playing.
Yeah. I found it like a couple weeks after we found yours, but it's crazy. 400 hours in one SOJ.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
10 D
like
spawns in one day. 10 D
Yeah.
clones, 10 Uber Diablos in one
So I
day.
didn't understand it at first when I first like started playing this game, but that's ridiculous.
I mean, it's not the streamers' fault. Like the streamers that are doing it and they're getting the donations, so it's not their fault.
Yeah,
The
you can't
people
blame
are
them.
donating the Sojas to them to sell, and they don't know whether they're duped or not. They don't know whether they're legitimate or not. They don't know whether they're botted or not. Like, they're just like, oh, they're just happy that they're getting donations to do their little dojinks.
Can't imagine the power you would feel having that many SOJs in your inventory.
It's a lot of Sojas. Like,
That's a lot of.
75 to what? 75 to 125? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think so.
Like 75 is like the bare minimum. That's what's called an early walk, and then
I'd be surprised if people found in one day, like people, like all the people playing would find 75 SOJs.
I think anybody that's ever actively tried to find a Soj and put serious effort into it, got the magic find, killed the right monster, like did all the you know the dojinks. Like I think we all know that like 10 declones in a day, like over like 3 weeks, is not possible. It's not even plausible. Oh no, dead body. Fresh meat. I've had a couple people hand me Sojas, like, that was pretty cool. And I think back in Season 1, we had a guy actually find 2 of them back to back, which was pretty crazy. He was like the only one.
I found mine from the one cow that people didn't kill.
Ow, why am I dying so much here? I don't even know what the hell's going on. It's like I couldn't hit any buttons, and then like all of a sudden didn't really have much choice in life. I was just dead. I couldn't even tap my full juvie. I was trying to tap my full juvie and it wasn't working. I wonder what the hell is going on. I was able to tap my full juvie now. I had 3 full juvies. I couldn't use any of them. Dying seems to have cleared the bug. Whatever it was. Maybe it was a conviction monster. The amp damage and the decrepify certainly don't help matters. What are you worried about my headset for? You're so curious. You're just a little baby and you're so curious about everything. You're so curious. God, there's so many Oblivion Knights. That's probably what it is. I was probably getting blasted by frickin' curses and Oblivion Knight spells like bone spirits and everything else in the world that you can't really negate. Enough Oblivion Knights will rip anyone to shreds. It's just a matter of quantity. Ooh, Conviction Aura. Spicy. What's up, Vile Widow the Hunter? Dropped a Sacred Tires. A blue Sacred Tires at that. Oh. Nothing too amazing there. Venom Lord. It seems like I can never use the corpses that are around me. Keep trying to pop my freaking Grimward, and like, there's just never a corpse around me to kill. Like, every single one of you guys are using freaking Nature's Pieces or something. Or Tyrael's Mites. Not me. Hand of Justice is pretty gimped in terms of like resistances and things like that. I mean, you definitely want to make sure that your main shield, your dragon shield, has a 45 all res on it, because you're going to be really hurt for resistances. Unfortunately, that combo is just like absolutely deadly in terms of like how like weak it makes you. A good option for that character to beef up his strength, like, you know, his tank ability, would be a COA with 2 fire facets in it. It's got a decent amount of resistances on it. It's got physical damage reduction. Got +1 to skills, which I'm not really gonna worry about it too much. But like in general, I think COA would be a tankier option than Flickering Flame. Just simply because it's going to help all your resistances and give you some physical damage reduction. You don't really have a lot of choices with a dragon paladin. That's part of the issue. Your weapon is decided for you. Your shield is decided for you. Your armor is decided for you. You don't really get to choose. So like then you have to figure out your weapon. I mean your belt slot, your helmet slot, your 2 rings, your boots, and your gloves at that point, and then you can figure out what to do from there. But like you don't really have a lot of good choices. Like boots tend to be, for melee classes, tend to be gore riders, although you could try to do some resistance options. Your belt can be verdungos or string of ears, which I would recommend string of ears. You want a 15% string with the 15% MDR. And then, I mean, for gloves, you could try and get yourself a nice pair of crafted gloves with dual resistances on them, like a pair of bloods with lifesteal and whatnot. Those definitely would come in handy for your like defensive purposes. And yeah, Grant Vomir. I have a video on Grant Vomir, Heathcliff. Definitely a defensive sword for sure. I've got 2 of them on Sanic the Hoojhag. Sanic the Hoojhag, not to be confused with Sonic the Hedgehog. Sanic the Hoojhag, TM trademark. Wardravs are interesting depending on what character you are. So like if you're a Vengeance Paladin, Wardravs actually give you like a huge buff. Like those things are insane. Hey, what's up, Cooley? Yeah, the min-max damage on Wardravs is insane, and depending on what build you're in, like if you really need that extra damage output, it's huge. Like for physical damage classes specifically, like especially if you're running like Fortitude, you know, maybe you got like a Phoenix Shield or something running in there. But like for him, since he's doing his dragon setup, I'm not really sure Wardravs is going to help him out all that much. Give him a little bit extra physical damage, which he's really worried about tankiness, not so much the damage output. He definitely does have some restrictedness, though. So, like, when you're dealing with the dragon build, there's just so much restricted, you know, equipment. Like, you have to use Hand of Justice. You have to use the dragon armor. You have to use the dragon shield. So your main 3 slots, your shield, your armor, and your weapon, are taken. They're all taken. But like Wardravs on a Vengeance Paladin adds like 300 to 400 extra damage, like right there. Like just when as soon as you put Wardravs on, it's like 300 to 400 extra damage output just right on top. Somebody told me, Cooley, you were playing around with the whole murder din, the one that uses the guided arrow and the holy X auras. You were playing around on PvP with your paladin using the guided arrow shots, which is a pretty sick build, to be honest with you. I was actually playing around with another kind of an interesting concept, which I don't know if maybe you could incorporate this into like a PvP build or not. So I built a Holy Freeze Paladin, which I know Holy Freeze Paladins are not exactly the best out there. And I think Slow's Target is considered bad manners, but it could be a fun video for a PvP aspect, is that utilizing a pair of gloves with freezing arrow charges, you can fire freezing arrow with massive cold damage. So like say for instance you had a hurricane druid with his army, you know, like he's got his whole pack, you know, around him. He's got his little wolves and his bear and his and whatnot, you know, maybe he's got his merc too. I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe you're doing bad manners duels, but like you fire one freezing arrow in, it's going to pierce multiple times and it's going to explode multiple times. And it's going to do like ridiculously high amounts of damage in that small radius around the person. And I've actually been playing around with it, but the charges are like super expensive. It's like 180,000 gold to repair the charges on the gloves, but the amount of damage it does is pretty ridiculous. Like, it would have to be against a target that has like many minions. Like, it wouldn't work very well against like a single target. It would have to be like a density kind of a thing. You know, like throwing a lightning javelin into like a necromancer's army, or you know, something similar to that.
Not here. Not in town.
I'm pretty sure I still have my my paladin with this stuff on it. I ran out of gold. That was my problem, though. Like, it was literally 180,000 gold to repair it, like, every single time, and it only has like 25 charges on the gloves. It's not enough. I could show him to you real quick. I actually probably still have him. I'm not sure if he's actually still built, though. I like to scrape my gear from one character and throw it on another. Frosty cheeks. Yes, and since PvPers use Enigma, the minions are all nicely packed. That's exactly the point that I'm making, is that anybody that has minions would be highly susceptible to it, which is basically, you know, like it's an instant death. I'm just gonna throw some gear on this guy so I can play around with it real quick. How many 99s do I have? I don't know, a couple, I guess. I got 199 this season, if that's what you mean. All right, so here's my boy with his holy freeze aura. Let me repair his stupid gloves. Ideally, you would want a pair that has 20% IAS on them, but this is the level 2. I think the highest it goes is level 4. And of course, you got to put your holy freeze aura on, and then all of a sudden now you've got massive amounts of freezing arrow damage, which obviously you'd beef up as much as you could, but like, when you actually go down here and fight stuff, it works very similarly to a freezing arrows on. Like, you literally just fire your arrow, and it pierces, because you're using, like, a mist bow or something like that to get all the pierces off. And you're literally just a freezing arrows on at this point. Like, but a really weird one with a giant aura that hits everything around you and slows everything down. It's a little strange. I'm in GGM Chaos 48. Of course, this guy is supposed to be a Holy Freeze Paladin. He's not supposed to be a bow paladin. But I thought it would be funny. I mean, as you can see, it works really well. I just wish it had more charges. Like, and now I'm out. Like, that was it. That was my whole 25 shots, like, in the garbage. And then finally, like, when I go back out here, I'll just, like, it rips my gold away so fast. Let's see how much it costs. I don't even remember. Yeah, it's 185,856 to repair the 25 charges. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. Cooley's gonna come kill me, guys. With his level 48 Fireball Sorceress. Level 48 Fireball Sorceress. Oh, you got some pets? Oh, we gonna test it out. That's what it is. Alright, well, let's test it out. Let's see how it works. I mean, this is hardly like a PvP character, but... I'm totally gonna die, guys. I don't want to do it. I don't do it. I don't want to do it. I'm gonna do it. I don't want to do it. Oh wait, hold on. It's not even set. I mean, it's not bad. That was actually, what, like 3 shots? And you didn't even really have that many minions. Yeah, I mean, it's a relatively simple and deceptive build, and I think it's kind of interesting, too, from a standpoint of... Well, hold on, let me turn off my aura so I'm not killing you. I think it's kind of simple from a standpoint of the fact that you can sleeper it, so to speak. So what you would do is you'd swap to it. So it would be something that you swap to. You would have, like, maybe your melee weapon out or whatever, and then you could just simply swap to the bow and the freezing arrow, and then you'd start firing those, and then you could go back to the main weapon. Like, it's meh. It is kind of like something that you could do as a surprise in a PvP match, and somebody might not know that it was coming. See, it's not going to do as much damage without the minions, and that's pretty much what I knew from the start. Like, the minions are what's going to multiply the damage out. So the more minions the person has, the more damage it's going to do. And obviously the charges are already spent. Like, I'm already out. It was 25 charges, and that was like the entirety of all the charges. Oh, I didn't even have my Holy Freeze aura on. Hold on. I was using Vigor. Hold on. There we go. I was using Vigor, my bad. Alright, here we go. Freezing Arrow. Holy Freeze is on. So you've got pretty good cold resistance, so it's not really going to do a massive amount to you. It's single target versus like giant groups is what it is. So the more monsters that you have in your group, the more damage it's going to do. It's exponential. So when you're fighting a single monster, a single person, it's not really going to be that great. That's what Freezing Arrow is. It's more monsters equals more damage equals better kill speed. I can always pull up Cooley Stream and see what's going on. Of course, I'm standing outside just being a douche, murdering people. Oh no, he's not on. He's not streaming. Okay, well, never mind. I heard about your low-level sorceress that you were running around PvP and people on, which I thought was pretty funny. I mean, from what I understand, it basically doubles the aura. So, because the freezing arrow is applying the damage twice, you're looking at your original aura damage, which is 2.3k like this, because I'm missing all my plus to skills from my shield and weapon. And then it applies it again on the explosion, so you're getting another 2.6 plus whatever other cold damage you have. So it ends up being about like 6 or 7k like per hit. And then every single time it explodes, so if it hits multiple minions, it's going to get, what, 7k, 2 minions, it's 14k, like 4 or 5 minions. It's going to go up really fast, and before you know it, it'll be kind of insane. Ow. Zeal. The Holy Freeze Paladin. His name is Frosty Cheeks. He's the frostiest of cheeks. I don't think I have anybody that can even remotely be considered a PvP character. Maybe Northstar? Maybe Northstar? I don't know. I don't really want to say he's a PvP character, but he could function as a PvP character, I guess. Of course, I have Jakkul's Grasp on, which I don't think is... I feel like that's pretty much cheating in PvP, right? Like, Drax with life tap. Do I have any other gloves I could throw on besides Drax? I could just throw on some IAS gloves. I like it. I wonder if I would have been better off walking. Let's try this again. I think my problem was that I was losing my block chance and my defense every single time I moved. And nope, still got murdered.
Not here.
Oh god, double KO. I have juvies in my inventory. What am I supposed to do? I'll use them all up and then they'll be gone. Cinnabon.
Not here.
Juvies aren't allowed. I'll put my juvies up. Don't need juvies. What we got in here? Sorceress, Sorceress, Amazon. That freaking cold pierce is gonna be ouchy. Ooh, that fire's tasty. I like the defensive use of the Hydras. That's pretty impressive. Ooh. I don't think I ever considered using the Hydras in that way. Basically just putting them on top of yourself and using them for defensive purposes. That's pretty sweet. Kind of the same thing you do with Bone Spirit. You fire those like defensively and then run along with them.
Not here.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Not here.
Can I throw my gold into my... I got like all these characters full on gold, so of course this character is just like bleeding gold out of his butthole. Ooh, those fireballs hit hard. How much Pierce are you running on that frickin' character? Like, I feel like your Pierce has got to be insane. right? Yeah, I can totally see how the fire tree has a lot of defensive abilities. That's actually pretty cool.
I am overburdened.
It's been a long time since I've really PvP'd. Flickering Flame and Facet. What's wrong with hiding in the barn? I can hide in the barn.
Not here.
Oh, you're still here, Dusty Buns. Cooley, say hello to Dusty. This is a brand new chinchilla that I got recently. He's being a good little boy today. I've been dueling you with him on my shoulder the entire time. He's actually been very good. Sometimes the chinchillas will like nibble on the back of my neck and like do all sorts of crazy stuff, but like he's been a cool little buddy. He's been a cool little buddy, ain't you, little buddy? Friggin' Nimoy would have tried to jump on my keyboard about 8 times already. Ooh. Man, your fireball just grazed me. Like, I swear it was like, I didn't even think it hit me really because I didn't see the explosion. Which I guess you don't always have to see the explosion. But like, one fireball just barely touched me and I was about half my health gone. That's some sick fireball damage you got. I'm running just smite on this guy basically. He's a PvE character. He has Fist of the Heavens and smite. Granted, I could probably Fist of the Heavens you if I actually had some mana to Fist of the Heavens you with. But I don't actually have that part of the ability level, the lightning part, so it's probably not going to do very much damage. I think I'm dishing out 2,000 lightning damage, which doesn't seem like nothing, but it's nothing compared to your probably like 45k fireball.
Not in town. Not here. Not in town.
Well, I don't have the synergies built for it, alright, so like if I was actually going to go Fist of the Heavens, I'd have to take out all these points out of Fanaticism, throw them in a Conviction, right, and then swap out some of the synergies so that I could get the with the Holy Shock synergy, so that I could actually have the lightning damage. This guy's like pure PvE, like that's his entire purpose, is just like be a PvE character. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if my girl is actually even set up anymore, but my level 99 freezing arrow girl. Where's she at? Oh wait, all her gear is missing. Everything she has is missing. She's she's wearing this stupid thing. Like, you gotta see this. It's just a saintly armor that I got because it looks pretty. Like, I would literally put it on her just because it looked cool. That was it. Alright, Cooley, you have fun, man. Thanks for showing up. I appreciate it. Say goodbye, Dusty. Alright. The double sting. Maybe it'll be fun, something fun you can use in one of your videos, and you can surprise somebody with it. Next time some like hopped up hurricane druid comes along with like a full army, you fire one arrow into him, and this whole thing explodes. I imagine that like damage wise, I mean, if you manage to hit like 4 or 5 targets, you'd be talking about like what, 4k damage times like I'm not really sure how much that would equal out to. I mean, let's just say like 4k average damage a shot times like 6 hits. Talking about like 24,000 damage a shot. Assuming that he has all his army like right on top of him, it would just all explode. Get off like 2 or 3 shots. That's a good 30, 40, 48,000 damage in 2 shots. Sucks I gotta go to freaking night shift tonight. Otherwise, I just keep playing Mr. Dusty Buns. You being a good little boy, hmm? Mr. Dusty Bones. I'm getting a little bit more leveling up on this guy. See if I can hop into a pub game real quick. Bail help, please. 7 people in this game. Oh, God. Talk about a booby trap. I just walked through the portal and it was like just death. I'm whirlwinding just simply because I don't think I have another choice right now. That's a lot of beetles. Let's put a couple of these little grim totems up, make a little safe spot for ourselves. I don't know who found that many beetles, but congratulations. That's a lot of beetles. Whoop. Worldstone Keep level 3. Whew, painful. I think it's the Oblivion Knights. When there's a certain number of Oblivion Knights there, I can't hang. I can't swing it. Once the Oblivion Knights reach over like a certain number, they just start spamming the like the bone spears, the bone spirits, like the little elemental damage attacks. And I guess because bone spear is obviously unresistible, it just takes a certain number of them before they overwhelm your resistances or your life seal. And this boy over here is Stone Skin. I should have thrown up a Grim Totem as soon as I killed something. It would have made it a whole lot easier.
Afternoon. Not in town.
Oh, Throne of Destruction is up. I see you over here looking at things that you own, sir. You may be being a good boy, but I know you're still a chinchilla at heart. And what do chinchillas like to do? Chew on stuff. That's right. I know. I ain't a dummy. Mr. Dusty Bones. I ain't a dummy. Mr. Dusty Bones. Bones of the dust. The Dark Lord. Look at my totems of the grimness. It's gonna make all the monsters nice and soft, so I don't gotta worry about it. Oh wow, he freaking booked it, didn't he? Were they extra fast? They must be extra fast. What are you trying to do, silly buddy? What are you trying to do? Hmm? You just want to snuggle, that's all it is. You're a snuggle bug. I got a snuggle bug for a chinchilla. You just a little snuggle bug, aren't you? You just a little snuggle bug. He did. He just freaking booked it, man. He was just like, dang, I'm gone. He's like, out of here, buddies. He's like, bye, suckers. Ain't got time. Ain't got time. Ain't got time. Well, that's pretty much it for that one. What are you looking at, buddy? Oh, look at you standing up. You showing everybody your tum-tums? You gotta show everybody your tum-tums. You gotta show everybody your tum-tums. Your pretty white tummies. Got some pretty white tum-tums. See if anybody else needs any help. I used to love doing this. Just sometimes I would just float through here and I would just see whoever needs help and I would just come give them a hand. Like, I think it's kind of fun to just run around and just help out people. Kill ancients. Sounds like fun. Oh, Mr. Nimoy is jealous. I know he is. He's super jealous. You kidding me? He's got 8 pounds of jealousy, and all of it is in his little heart. Oh, we got a Necromancer here too. Oh, what are you chewing on my whole headset up there for? Sir. Come over this way. They see you back there hiding. They know you're back there hiding. They're not. I'm gonna beard you. I'm gonna get you with my little beard. Anyone on PSN want to kill my D-clone? If you hop into my Discord, we do have some PlayStation players. There is a PlayStation section. I'm not sure specifically if there's anybody online right now who can come kill your Uber Diablo, but you could always check. Unfortunately, I do not have a PlayStation, so... Oh, yeah? Aw, you gonna be nice to me? You gonna be nice to me. They're just little buddies. If anybody ever asks me how chinchillas are as pets, they're just little buddies. That's all they are. They're just your little buddy. They're just gonna hang out with you. They're little buddies. They like to hang out. They're great at it too. Buddies like to hang out. See? Isn't he being a good little buddy? Isn't that right? That's a good little buddy. He's a good little buddy. Want some little squishes on top of your head like this? Mm-hmm. How about some underneath for your chins? How about some chinny chins? What else do we got here? I like how quickly people will come help you in this game too. Like, people are pretty generous. People are pretty kind in this game. I've always felt that way anyway. Like, you know, when you're looking through the list, if you make a game, you know, like ancients need help or like something along those lines, like people will usually come give you a hand pretty quickly. I don't know about free Enigma, please, but you know, maybe. You know, he said for broke. Got some curse words there. Not sure if anybody's giving away a free Enigma, but you know, he could get lucky. Maybe somebody who's super rich, see him and be like, yeah, sure, here, it's the end of season anyway, here, have fun with it. Bring free Rune. Why would a Rune be anything else other than free? That's the question. You gonna charge somebody for a Rune? Like, how much you charging that guy for a Rune? You found a 193% Eth Lacerator? That's freaking excellent, J-Prek. Those are great. Get you that nice Decrepify proc. Hell yeah. Island peeps. Low at Ohm for Sunder, 10 Fizz or 45 Magic, or 70 Lightning only. 10 Fizz. I mean, yeah, I have a 10 Fizz. They're not. The physical is definitely a little bit more rare than some of the others. I'm not really sure about paying a low rune for one, though. I feel like that's a little high. He's definitely being generous. If somebody has a 10 physical they want to trade off for a low rune, I mean, I feel like that's a pretty good deal. I don't have one that I want to trade off right now. I'm using mine. I was hoping to find one more game where I could help some people out, but doesn't look like I'm going to be able to find one. I think I'm pretty much going to end it here. I got to go into work early tonight. We got a big night. And then I'll be off for the rest of the week. This is my night shift, my double shift, because I worked this morning too. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals hanging out with me. Thank you, Cooley, for coming and hanging out with me too. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.